What happened to your money? What happened to your money? Money got booted out. Okay, we can play that one. We can play that one. Okay, lives. Manza. Manza Musa. Okay. Okie dokie.
And turned around and sent ICE into the black communities in Chicago, and they would come up and detain us. You know good and goddamn well, when you see a black man in America, he ain't no foreigner. You know, he wasn't Venezuelan and Mexican. Why they being detained? They come in your community first, they don't know, let me see your driver's license. You know what I'm saying? Do you have any type of warrants? And now we getting detained and arrested and guns put in the faces of black women and children, men, women, and children. And then when we complained about it, your FBA saying that they were dope fiends, drug addicts. You know what I'm saying? So you just can't trust white America, never. And I'd have to say to our brothers in Africa that we need to get up out of here and separate from white people anyway. It's not gonna work out. So it may be a good thing that you all can start, maximizing your saving, maximizing your pulling your resources. And let's build Africa up, you know what I'm saying, and separate. And I would say that to black people, where you better try to have good relationships with.
What's up, man?
What's going on? What's going on, sir? How are you?
Good, man. Good. Can you introduce yourself, please, man, with your race or ethnicity and where you're from?
Yeah, Muhammad, originally from Somalia, calling from the U.S.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, my brother. Welcome to the battle.
Wa alaikum assalam. Is this the flag of Eritrea?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm Eritrean and Mexican. But
no problem.
Yeah.
I mean, there is no need to look out for our faults. Every person, every group, they have certain faults. We should put the faults aside, and we should treat ourselves like we are human being. That's what important.
Yeah, facts, brother, facts. Yeah, and we're supporting Somalia right now, Somali, I should say, and so yeah, I just want people's opinions.
Even brother, in the horn, you have Eritrean, you have Ethiopia, you have Ethiopia with multi-ethnicity, you have Afar, you have Amhara, you have Somalis, you have Oromo, you have Djibouti, you have all these other countries. If we really respect each other, just respect each other, work together, the world will be a better place. But if we don't disrespect each other and look everybody their faults, like Amhara is like this, Oromo is like this, that's not good. We should move forward and work together. That's what important. Everybody is gonna be in win-win situation.
Facts, brother. Let me ask you some questions, my brother, if you may, or if I may. What do you think the problem is of why we can't do that? Do you think, I'm going to give you like 3 different types of things that people are saying right now. One, obviously, do you think they have a problem with, and we're talking about Somali in America. Do you think it's the religion aspect of it, the Islamophobia, the people that are not familiar with the religion and how how they compare it to, like, say, how the Arabs practice Islam compared to the Africans practicing Islam? Do you think we're
No,
still?
no,
Hold on.
no.
Do you
Yeah, go
do?
ahead.
Hold on. Yeah. Do you think that they just don't know other people practicing Islam besides the Arabs? You know that there's a lot of Black Americans, a lot of even West Africans or people in Africa that don't that hate Islam, that they want to group up East Africa with the Arabs so much. Do you think and again, I know this question is pretty packed, right? That the Islamophobia is more related to East Africans not being indigenous Africans, like Africa before their religion? Or do you think it's more because they think that they are not indigenous to Africa and always relate them to the Arabs, my brother? And I ask you this question because this is the thing that I see right now that is the biggest hang up with a lot of people, and they don't want to let this go. And I want to believe that this is part of the current administration in America pushing these xenophobic and racism masquerade as patriotism, this nationalist kind of point of view, and a lot of people are jumping on this bandwagon, and punching down on these specific groups. The Mexicans got it first, and now our African immigrant brothers and sisters, and even Somali Americans are getting it. So I know that's a loaded question, my brother, but if you can answer that, I would appreciate it. And start wherever you want. And okay, I'll
Yeah,
let you. I'll let you.
yeah,
Mhm.
it's a good question. But have a president, a very, very racist president. It's very, I mean, he will tell you in your face. If he doesn't like you, he will tell you in your face. But the way I see it, it's a very, very racist president in place, attacking minorities, attacking Haitians, attacking Somalis, attacking other communities. He's a very, very racist man. And that's why the minorities in this country, like the African American, the Somali, the Cubans, the Mexican, we have to work together. If we don't work together, if we work as a divide and conquer, then we're gonna get destroyed. But we have to work together, help each other to make it, to survive. This is survival. And in Germany in 1932, the Nazi party, it's a very racist white supremacist system. They attacked one group, but if they're gonna attack today Somali, tomorrow they're gonna attack the Mexican, then the Chinese. Like that, it will continue until they wipe everybody down. And this did not happen. Look what happened to the Native American in this country. They all wiped out. They all got wiped out. So that's why we should respect one another, help each other, and leave the faults. Every person has a faults, has faults. Means he has good side and bad side. Don't look into that. Look, you have to look in the positive side, how we can work together, how we can help each other, how we can emerge out of the Islamophobia and other attacks and xenophobia. They're attacking minorities.
Facts, brother. Yeah. And so
And
yeah.
this is the one thing I want to tell you. Look at the whole Africa. It's a rich continent. And the problem, the leadership. There is no good leadership. Why always there is a war after war after war? Hello, are you there?
Yes, brother. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is, if Ethiopia and Eritrea, you keep them in a war, Ethiopia is going to allocate large amount of its budget to the war machines. And who's going to suffer? The Ethiopian people. And the Eritrean people is going to suffer. So we keep going the same cycle again and again. But if you open the border, let the goods flow, between Asmara and Addis, and just charge small taxes here and let the goods flow. And the same thing in Mogadishu. They have to open the border, let the cargo goods flow. Economically, it's going to help everybody. It's a win-win situation. We need good leadership like that. We don't need the leadership that says this guy is Amhara, he got this fault, this guy is Afar, this guy is Oromo. We don't need that. We need to grow up about this. We need a good leadership in place, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate you even bringing attention to that because that was going to be my next question. Like, a lot of Americans like to point out that we have conflicts back on the continent of Africa, right? And that why should they be have any empathy or want to work with African immigrants or African Americans, right? Because there's so many conflicts back at home, and we should go back home and fix those areas. But I like the idea of open borders, but I mean, obviously they have to solidify or settle those conflicts. I feel like Eritrea and Ethiopia, like they're always in immense tension there, and they're always militarized. They always have weapons and just ready at a minute notice for conflict, and always prepared and ready for conflict. But I do believe that there's a lot of there's a lot of foreign aid and foreign people, like nations that come and disrupt the peace there, and always have these people on edge and on eggshells, and because they're always competing for that foreign aid, right? Some people want it, some people don't. There's strings attached with it, and so yeah, there's a lot of things going on, but they're always looking at Africa with the perspective of war-torn lands, uh, unresolved conflict, and that so yes, brother, we do need solutions, and we need people to see it from a different perspective than the people that are there. I mean, we need
No, not
both.
not
We need we
not
need
on
we need both. We
not
need both.
only
We
that,
need
not
both
only that.
perspectives. Yeah, yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
not only that. Right here in America, people need to work together. Minority, different minority. They should not attack each like Mexicans, African Americans, those recent immigrants, Cubans. When people work together, they achieve things. But when they look at their faults, this guy got this guy's this guy's lazy. We should put that aside. We need a good leadership that can unite the people. Everybody can benefit. You see what I mean?
Yeah, of course. And what was I gonna say? Sorry. I tried to bring you up, sir, or whoever your name was, the one with the Malcolm X profile. But something's up with my TikTok on live. Like every time I try to invite someone, it kicks them off. So just come back on and request again, brother. I'm sorry that happened. But yes, brother Amir. You can see how Mexico and the United States, although although the tensions with the undocumented people that do come over and the border situation, right? It's not nearly as intense and militarized to the point where we're constantly fighting with Mexico. Treaties have been written, signed, and there's a calmness too in the political realm, and a calmness to know that those are their neighbors. Even though they talk so much shit and treat the people like they do, the average
Because they are next to a superpower.
right,
Next to superpower. You know what I mean?
right. And I think it's on both ends. I really don't think United States has that much more. Like, I don't know, man. It's hard to tell because it's like we're talking about the layman people, and then we're talking about the middle class, and we're talking about the elites, and then the one percenters of those nations. So I feel like everybody has a different agreement. And so when the elite talk about the lower class in Mexico, that's where they talk shit. But they ain't talking. I mean, yes, I mean they also talk shit about the president, right? But the president's just a puppet too. I mean, we don't really know who's really running it, and it's not the cartels work for these elites. And the American elites have their own cartels, and they actually hire what I mean is Mexico and America or United States, right? They are in contract and they are working together. It's just they don't let us know about it, and they and
It,
they
it doesn't.
they
It doesn't.
masquerade it. Go ahead.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. If people unite, work together, help each other, put their differences aside, put their faults aside, put their pointing finger aside, work together, they will make a difference. One thing I like about the JFK, I think he's the one who said that it's not what your country can do for you, it's what you can do for your country. That's a very good, he said, very good message to everyone, loud and clear. If people work together, we need a good leadership that unites the people, fights for the people. That's what we need.
I agree. I usually have that kind of mindset. It's just people just don't want to hear it anymore, brother. People don't want to hear the kumbaya. Like, let's all let's integrate, let's work together. People are so, they want to delineate from everyone. They want to separate themselves and build themselves. Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on,
go
brother.
ahead, go ahead.
But they want to build themselves up, and I don't speak for myself, right? I'm speaking for like what I hear, especially Black Americans, right? They want to separate themselves from African people. They want to have no relation to Africa. They want to take even African American out of their identity. They want to take the African out of the American identity, and they want to only join with the former slave master. The people shooting this rhetoric out, and they want to feel special somehow. They want to feel unique. So when we have that, it's very hard to work together with people that have this isolated mindset, my brother. And you can't even try to say, let's work together. Let's come up with solutions. They rather tell you to go back home and fix your own problems back in your home country before you come. And oh, sorry. Oh my God, they restricted me. What did I say? Oh
You
my
didn't say
God.
anything.
I
Who
know,
restricted
dude.
you?
I don't know.
You did not
It
say
always,
anything.
I know, Rear. It always happens though. If I get one more restriction, I have to leave. But anyways, I'll try to hang in here. Let's get some like F1s in the chat and some fruits or some shit. Or let's try to make.
Yeah,
Anyways,
but
what I was
yeah,
saying though, Rear. Is that it's really hard to unite. I really do, out of my heart. I want to unite. I want to find
no,
commonalities.
but you know
And
what? People you sharing with commonality, who sharing the same interest, those are the people you need to work with. But the other people, you can build bridges, always bridges. Open the communication channels and build bridges. Don't ever close the doors. So that's how it's supposed to be.
yeah, they constantly be burning the bridges. But yeah, no, don't, Amir, don't even, like, I don't trip. Like, I'm not emotionally hurt by it. I'm not, I just observe, and I just see these kind of behaviors, and I just take notes, so I don't run into, I just want to be aware of what I'm running into,
That's
and
correct.
be prepared to stay away, and not involve myself. So it's as easy as that. But that's why I come up on here, and I want different perspectives, where I want to hear what people have to say about these things. But it sounds like, Amir, you sound like a lot of Somali community sounds like, and you're not saying. I mean, a lot of people will be like, well, they're saying that because they're getting targeted right now. They're being attacked right now. That's why they're looking for help. But they've always just been. They've always they always minded their own business. They never let us in their communities. Um, they think they run America. They think Minnesota's theirs, that it was promised to them.
No, I mean that's not true. I think
I
that's an
know,
AI
that
AI
was a joke.
generated.
Hey, Amir, that was a joke. But it's funny because, like, the Somali community be roasting them, and be what is the word? Be they make light jokes out of this, and I think that
Yes.
makes Americans even more mad. They troll. They're big trollers. So
Oh,
um
yeah, that's correct.
yeah. So, but I feel like again, I think it's the Islamophobia. I think it's about a Black community that knows that they're intact with their culture, intact with their religion, intact with the
And
self-worth.
yeah, they don't like that. They don't like
They don't
that.
like that, and it's a,
Yeah.
and it's a threat to America. It's a threat to white America, who wants to that knows their population numbers are dwindling, that they want to stay pure and not mix with people, and they know that these African immigrants or African Americans are going to get together, with the Black Americans, with the other African immigrants, and like literally, if we did what you were talking about, Amir, that would be the biggest threat to them. You know what I mean? So they can't have that. They have to lash out. They have
Yeah,
to.
they don't like that. They don't like that.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
you see the problem. You see the problem,
yeah,
Amir.
yeah.
So if we do that, the thing is to be strategic when we do it. Not let the opposition know when these things are going to happen. Keep it, uh, but how can we do that without, like, we have to have telepathy or something? Because as soon as we start voicing our opinions, they know what's happening, and they know people. This is where unaliving start happening. This is where leadership starts rising. This is where the internet and all social media platforms get censored. This is where all that stuff that America with technology has prepared itself for, and its people, to turn against each other, to
That's
separate
correct.
each other.
That's
So
correct.
it's going to be very hard, my brother.
Yes, that's correct.
Again, guys, if I request you up, I don't know how it worked with Amir, but I just tried to request you up AI, and it booted you out. So I don't know what's going on with my TikTok, and I apologize
Okay,
again,
okay.
guys.
I have to go. Thank you so much
Oh no,
for giving me that.
I wasn't talking to you, Amir. But do you really have to go? Okay,
Yeah, my kids are coming from
okay,
school.
brother. All right, brother. I'm on that.
But the thing is, just remember one thing: working together, unity is better than division and attacking each other. That's very important, and protecting the family unit. That's very important.
Yeah, facts, brother. All right. Well, I followed you, brother. Follow me back, and we'll have this conversation some other time. Okay, brother. You be safe
Oh,
out
okay.
there.
Thank you.
Okay, brother. It's a lot. All right. All right. All right. I don't know what's going on with my TikTok, guys. I try. It's too early in the morning. I just saw a stupid video, and I was like, oh my god. It got me pretty angry, so I had to come up here and talk to my Somali brothers and sisters, and just there's just a lot of rhetoric going on. I'm gonna while we wait for someone else, I'm gonna be playing a live that I was in yesterday. Another Somali brother came in.
African people, because
That was with Brother
us
Monster.
having relationship with other countries, Assad Shakur would have suffered. I'm saying she'd have passed away in prison because she had good diplomatic relations with other countries like Cuba.
Oh yeah,
She didn't
brother.
know that some Panthers went to Tanzania.
Yeah,
That's-
that video, man. I tell you, that thing said a lot, right? And that's what it is, Sheik. It's like the white people know what's going on, and we're trapped in their world, and here we are arguing with each other about this shit. And it was a perfect example, and it even showed. You know what it showed, Sheik? It showed how the white woman, so think about the white male and the white woman, and how like they have a game plan, right? But they're also at odds because the white woman hasn't been treated like a woman, you know. And there's a mistrust there from the get-go. I mean, these people were savages at one point. They used to not respect their women. If we go even further back, we had to stop the men from eating their women, I shouldn't say that. But, they have their own issues, really deep-seated issues. So the white woman understands, she doesn't understand, but she tries to have, the only help she's gotten is from black people. We talk about the civil rights and white women coming under the civil rights. It was like I think the first wave of like getting civil rights and shit before black men. I think no, black men got them before the white woman, right? It was everybody else that got it. Oh shit! Here you want to come on, Sheik. If it boots you, Sheik, if this shit boots you, man, I don't know. Just try to come back up. Oh shit! It worked with you. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, brother. I have to say that now all the time because this Negro didn't want to. He's like, dude, why you speaking Arabic? You can't. Why you greet me with that? So now I'm speaking. Now I'm gonna say that all the time.
You know
No,
what's
but I
funny
was.
that you say
Yeah,
that? It's because of the language barrier.
of
People don't
course.
realize that one, Islam is not a nation. It's a language. You know, it's a culture.
Right, right. Because I don't, I didn't was born with the language, but I like went ahead and tried to learn as much as I can to make a connection with people that speak Arabic, right?
All right.
Um, and it
That's where
was,
I'm at with it.
yeah, I didn't, there was a point in time where I thought about, taking the Shahada and becoming Muslim, and it was because I was dating this Sudanese girl, really beautiful sister, and and she was the one that convinced me, and she was showing me all this history and all this like empowerment, African empowerment in Islam, and I was reading about the Moors, and stuff like that, and so it all kind of like made sense, but unfortunately or fortunately, I didn't, she wanted to get married and have kids, and I just wasn't quite ready. Like I still had my college, and my career and stuff like that. Things that got in the way, and I felt like I was still in my prime, like an idiot.
Well,
I've, but anyway, I say all that to say that, I'm not, I'm not resentful, or I'm not. That's why I said unfortunately or fortunately, because you never know what happens in this life, But I'm grateful to learn what I've learned, while I was in that relationship and while I was like learning about myself, and then, but you always have that, like, you always think about like the one you let go, the one that got away, or you know what I mean, what could have happened, But now she's like happily married, she has her kids, and I can just wish nothing but what's the saying? Nothing but great for her, and I feel happy for her. And she's like one of my good friends, to this day. So, um, but yeah, sorry, I was babbling.
oh no,
Go
you
ahead.
you good, man. All I wanted to touch on is this whole Somali Minnesota thing, right? I think I typed it in the comments already.
Hmm.
What's up?
I
What's up,
stand for
man?
any nation.
What's going on, brother? I'm gonna let Sheik land his plane, and I'll
Oh, of
get to you.
course,
All right,
man. Of
brother.
course. Yeah, you keep me hit
Thank
me,
you.
man. I bet.
Thank you. No, you
How you
good.
doing?
You good, bro.
But
Go
yeah, I'm
ahead.
basically saying I I'm always going to advocate for a nation that's trying to have its identity and have it respected. What I don't promote is people within that specific group of people trying to get over. And I'm one of those people. I'm actually going to seek them out first so I can bring them out of the way, get them out of the way. Now I can go ahead and promote the identity crisis that we have in between nations. The issue I'm having is, like you stated earlier, a lot of the Somali people are trolling on these panels and stuff, making jokes out of a serious situation, and it makes it hard for people who are not aware of what's going on to pick a side. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying this because I was in a live last night where everybody that was in there was saying Somali this and Somali that. We stand for Somali. But then somebody else on the panel ended up coming up on the panel pointing out a situation with the health, I guess it would be the home health aid agencies that they have out there. And they've been literally scamming the government to fund those agencies, but not performing the work. So somebody said, I think the sister was from either from Eritrea or somewhere on the Horn. But she was saying, well, Somali people are known for doing scams, and we're just accepting of it because that's all they know. And I don't think she was being genuine when she said it, but it caused like a landslide. I mean, a mudslide because there were some people in there that didn't catch on that she was joking, and it just melted down all together. Because now you got groups of people who think just because we got to stick together, we're the Horn of Africa, we're going to rock out with you regardless. And the question was raised, well, do you promote scamming? Do you promote getting over on governments and stuff? And the people got quiet. It's like now you stuck in a hard place because you don't know if you can answer that or not. And I like to make the distinction. I'm going to promote you, but I got to know if you're being genuine or not in your promotion. And I haven't seen a whole lot of that. I've seen a couple of sisters on here that are adamant about the support of their country, but then it's the men that's doing all the trolling, and I'm getting sick of it because I really want to assist the people. I just don't know how.
Okay, Sheik. Let me put it to you like this. I guess not that I know all the answers, but I feel like right now is just not the time to. I mean, let alone generalizing people just based off what you see on TikTok, but also knowing that the tensions are so high right now that these people, they they laugh to keep from crying. I feel like that is the best healing aspect about the trolling. I mean, if we could say the trolling aspect, because that's the only way right now for Somalis or East Africans to try to work with people and again, the Somali or the East Africans can't speak for all Somalis or all East Africans, right? So they are also stuck in the sense that they can only talk about their personal experience and how they relate to the world. Now, when it comes to scamming and all that, everybody obviously does it, and like they say, we all have bad apples, but I think it only gets highlighted by the way that other oppositions are looking at it. So if the Black Americans want to look at Africa, who do they point to for scamming? It's the Nigerians, right? That's the one that's highly focused on. When it comes to white America, and seeing who's scamming, those fucking contradicting bastards, they look at Somalis right now, right? When it comes to being illegal or being illegal somewhere, and you're not supposed to be here, you're not supposed to work here, when they were brought here by the droves, or that they already lived here. These Mexicans, and this is their homeland before it was someone else's. So again, they focus on the Mexicans, right? So again, we just have to look at it from the opposition point of view and not take it with the grain of salt, And I think that's the obvious thing to point out, because we don't want to generalize people based off the individuals or the panels that are up here talking about these things, because a lot of people are just coming up to relate to other people, relate to their people, and get this unification that they desire, that they can't get in reality. In reality, people are living their real lives, and they got work, and they got family, and they have no time to even group up with people. Only here on TikTok, because people take the time out of their day to find like-minded people. Now, that like-mindedness could be okay, I want to laugh today. Or today I want to really sit down and figure out a solution to this problem. Or today could be, let's talk about politics. Or today could be, let's just focus on the ops. Okay. I got a chip on my shoulder, and I need to get it off on someone. Right. And so those are the different layers of shit that you're dealing with on TikTok. I mean, you witnessed it yesterday with the group of friends that I had up here that are ready to defend their position. and there's nothing you could say. Like if you're not in the circle, if you don't consider yourself one of them, they can't consider, they can't bring you into the fold. You're gonna have to prove to them, and a lot of them are very jumpy and antsy to hear your answers to their questions. They don't care about your whole laid out uh presentation per se. They want yes and no answers, right? And unfortunately, that's not how I operate a lot of times. But I do like to hear them. I like to hear these, because we deal with a lot of people that pretend to be this or pretend to be that, and they're not who they say they are. And we have a lot of people up here trolling. We got a lot of people up here cosplaying, and we got a lot of people that just pretend to be other people so they can punch down on other people. With the Somali community, I see a lot of people pretending to be Somali or pretending to be East African and have all these things to say about their own people. Same with but like Black Americans, like they're the FBA, they're worried that that's why we're tethers, because we come up there and we are them, but they are like, you're not like us. We could tell by your accent you're not like us. We could tell uh we could tell that you're not like. These are all observable things or audio things, like they can hear, right? So it's not really. But anyways, they're looking for unification within their own. So now their own is a mindset. It's not how you look like anymore. It's not how we share commonalities. They only look at the differences. They only hyper focus on the differences, right? And so that's what you're dealing with, Sheik. That's why you got to take it with a grain of salt, a lot of these interactions. And I know you want to help people, and you want to pick a side and be, I want to, like, I'm going to stand with Somali regardless, even though I see some problematic Somalis, or I see the Arabization of Africa, or what's happening in Sudan, or like, I'm still going to stand with them, and I say that because I'll stand with any African nation, at this point. I'm going to stand with all of them, because it's only a matter of time that they start picking through, all the whatever the opposition says is the opposition, right? So so I don't listen to the opposition, and I'll push back, just naturally I'll push back. So anyways, I know I'm rambling. I'll let you I'll let you talk. Sorry. But yeah, bro.
Yeah, I want to give a special shout out to Primal Dochi in the comments. That's my brother right there. You know me personally. And I wanted to. I mean, I guess I could just fall back, even though I'm a vocal person when it comes to being out here and active. I try to bite my tongue a lot, but at the same time, I do have a responsibility, and this is deeper than just having knowledge. The responsibility that I've been placed with is making corrections. You know what I'm saying? And like, there's a lot of people that don't care about correcting themselves or correcting anything. Just go with the flow, right? And for some reason, that ruffles my feathers, even when I don't want it to. Because I have children. I got grown children, but I have children, and I got to be the best example for them at all times. And seeing how other people look at it as, well, it's not my responsibility no more. They 18. No, it's a responsibility until you leave. So for me to be the type of person that I've always been with my children, I can't change that now in their adulthood. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I might have to fall back from involving myself, but that don't mean I should just shut myself out altogether. Because to be honest, I didn't know anything about this whole Minnesota thing, even though I've already heard about it. I didn't know how significant it became until I came on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I was asked yesterday in that panel that I was talking about. I was asked if I know what the Minnesota flag looked like, and I always did. I was good with the national flags and whatnot, but I remember the original flag. I didn't even know that there was a new flag involved. And then when I seen how the flag was designed and what the purpose behind it was, and how they're making the connection between the Somali flag and the ideology that nation or that land belongs to them or was promised to them. Now I can see why it would be something that'll become a major thing now in the midst of immigration, because everybody has the opportunity right now to lay claim to a piece of land that 9 times out of 10 probably was promised to them, but just in a different form. I'm pretty sure looking up the definition of Minnesota in Somali language, you're not going to find an exact translation using the word that we see. But then again, I know the people in Somali don't use Romanized characters to spell their words. So that's where the disconnect is going to be drawn. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was part of the trolling Sheik about the how it was a promise to them, and some brother said, "Well," one Somali was like, he was like, "Yeah, it's in the Bible."
I know I seen
And
that.
the brother said, "You're Muslim, aren't you guys? Don't you guys practice Islam, the Quran or Quran?" And then it was funny, but
I was
again,
laughing. I was there.
again, if we're supposed to be this, so, and that's how you know this isn't no goddamn melting pot. This American nightmare that they sold us is literally American nightmare. It's not no American dream. Or we're just walking in a dream. It's just a dream. It's not in reality, because in reality, these colonists, these colonies are just that. They're colonies. They're not goddamn states, you know?
Hmm.
That's the illusion. What this foundation or what these established states were just colonies, you know? These are just corporations on
I'll do you
top
one deeper than that.
on
You
top of
ever?
on top of stolen land, you know. And so, but even okay, Sheik, even Mexico's having this thing where they're like, okay, well, you know, you guys say you purchased our lands, but literally we were our back was against the wall, and you pretty much just took our shit, and said that we purchased it. Well, for pennies on the dollar, all this land that was Mexico's, So there, even the president had brought up an issue like, "Oh, you guys want us to build the border or help you build the border? Well, we'll start the border from 18 whatever that year was when they took all that shit."
Hmm.
So just to show you how things can change. White America knows that, and they're always on eggshells. You know what I mean? So they're just worried about their population declining, and all this melting pot. Obviously, if we really melted the pot, they'd be melted away, and there'd be no white tea people. So that's the biggest threat for them. So of course, if look, Somali people love Minnesota so much that they made it their home, that they embraced it, that they even brought their culture to the flag, the land, the people. Like, it's a threat all around, and these people come intact with their religion, came intact with their self-worth, came intact with their culture, their families. They built some shit, and now they mind their own fucking business, and that upsets both Black Americans and white Americans, And I hate that, because Black Americans always talk about how, oh, we mind our business, we mind our business. Well, let the Somalis mind their business. Why do they have to extend the olive branch? Why do they have to, And not to say that they shouldn't, but I'm saying they like to keep them Black Christians aren't gonna, those Black Christians hate them Black Muslims. So anyway, shit, go ahead. I don't want to take you off. I know
Uh,
how our thoughts work, man. Like, as soon as someone says something, we have something, we don't want to forget about it. So hopefully you kept
oh no,
an-
listen, man. I got the craziest mind, bro. I still got stuff that I wanted to say months ago that I can pull back up. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna just stick to where we at now. I want to throw something out there though. I like describing the culture in my city because I'm always out and about, so I get to experience a lot. But a lot of things that I'm starting to realize, a lot of things that I have encountered was for now. was for me to be able to express them now to others. One particular situation is there's a neighborhood in Philadelphia called, give me one second. It's a neighborhood in Philadelphia called Southwest. We call it Southwest Philly. Okay. It's like the cusp between what would be considered Southwest Philadelphia and Darby Borough, which is in another county, but it's the borderline. All right. Trying to give you a visualization of this. You know how you have like Koreatown, or you might have what's the other one? You got Koreatown, you got Beantown, uh, the small hat community in Brooklyn. You got Chinatown in most cities. You have like Little Italy, and then like in Miami, you got Little Havana, Little Haiti, and all those
Hmm.
different communities and societies of other nations of people, right? In Philadelphia would be the melting pot of metropolitan areas. And the reason I can tell you this is because in this specific area that I'm speaking of, Southwest Philadelphia, it's an area called Woodland Avenue. If you drive along Woodland Avenue going towards Darby Borough or out of the city, they have every African nation's flag up on the poles. Every nation, even Morocco. All the flags that you can think of that fit into the continent of Africa, they have representation along this block.
It's a
Now,
block. It's a block of houses, like a
well,
company.
houses and businesses, and it's not
Okay.
just one block.
Okay.
This is what I'm trying to explain. There's an
Okay.
entire community of different nations of African countries all in the same place, right? So you got African nations that are at raw right now with each other that live in the same 5 by 5 square mile block within each other, and they're not at raw right now here in Philadelphia. But it's always a contrast. Even though they're promoting unity here, it's a lot of them, and I'm not speaking on all of them because we can't do that. But there's a lot of them that came to that area specifically because they are scammers, and that area is used to
Because they
promote a
are
lot of the
what?
scams. I'm
Because they.
using the term loosely, scammers.
Oh,
They-
a lot. Okay.
so so a lot of the businesses that they have down there, i.e., like grocery stores and clothing stores that may be Afrocentric, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them are fronts because those people that came here, that migrated here to Philadelphia, they got caught up into the gang culture and the culture that Philadelphia already had prior to them coming there. So they've tied themselves into the American culture and use their businesses as fronts for those cultures, so to speak. So being a Philadelphia native, when I'm down there, I'm careful on who I interact with. Much as I love my people, I will not interact with a lot of the people down there. But they have representation just by having flags up on the flagpoles, or just on each street, like there's a different nation's flag. On the flip side of that, further down in the near the center of the city, there's a street called the Ben Franklin Parkway. And this is the part where you see on TV. They always show it on TV when they mention Philadelphia because that's where the Philadelphia Art Museum is, where the Rocky statue is. It's a entire couple of blocks that leads up to it, and it was the Parkway, right? They call it Eakins Oval. That's the name. You can look this up on Google. Along that strip of the Ben Franklin Parkway, they have flags from multiple nations, not just Africa. They got Finland, Sweden, Panama, any country you could think of. They got a flag down there representing it. But the diversity of people in that specific area is not the same as I described it is in Southwest. The reason is because that particular part of town has been usurped by the Europeans. You know what I'm saying? So we can't have the same culture in that area that we would have down in Woodland for the African nations, but they still have a flag representing their nation along that strip. Now, if you're not from Philly, you wouldn't know that that's why it's there. You know what I'm saying? They're actually putting up the flags of the places that they've conquered out throughout antiquity on that strip. And
And
like,
there's no scamming on that strip, Sheik, or
it's
how do
no
you
scamming
see
at
that?
all. And I'm saying it because they hold
Okay,
all
what?
kinds of events and concerts on there, and there's never a problem.
Okay,
There's never
okay.
an issue.
When you say scamming, are you for the southwestern African countries banging their flag? Are you saying they have a front as a store and they're doing something criminal in the background, or they're doing some other? They just use those businesses as a front, or are you
Not
saying,
all of them. Not
uh huh,
all of them.
right,
But
right,
like
right?
I
I got
said,
you.
like I was saying earlier, it's hard to make a distinction between the two because they promote solidarity regardless. Like you were saying, you're gonna always stand for Somalia, even though you know there's some bad apples in the country. You're not gonna blame the whole country for those bad apples.
Mm-hmm.
But on the contrast to that, in reality or in real life, in real life interactions with these people, we got to be careful on who it is we're dealing with because we don't know. They all
Oh,
look the same.
I definitely hear you. When I say that about backing Somalia, regardless, it's because of these online like whoever. Like I said, I'm going against whatever the ops is talking about because I know even though let's say the other side of town with the other European flags. I mean, I know it's a fraud anyways, because like you said, they conquered those people and there's less scamming because they're the true scammers that have it all already
Hmm.
and don't need to be in your pockets or don't need to fool you about who they are. Just because there's less, I mean, they're the big boys on the block, you know?
No, I get it. Trust me, I
And
wasn't.
so,
I
but
wasn't actually.
when I say I'm for Somali, regardless of the bad apples, it's because I want all the smoke, even though I don't know all of Somali's politics or all their issues. I'm here willing to at least ask them and to learn those perspectives from the Somali people themselves,
I get
rather
what you're
than
saying.
listen to other people talk about Somali people. You know, I'd be the first one to have my own opinion about these people rather than be shaped and shaped about my perspective about these people by my ops. So that's what I mean.
Right, you basically you what I would consider a neutrinoid in the fight. You're a neutrinoid, and you
I
know what
don't
that means.
I don't know what that means. Break it up.
Within this debate, you would be considered a neutrinoid. That means because of your
Yeah.
ideology, the concept that you have in thought, you're not going to go against anything until you understand it. You're not going into it blindly, is what I'm saying. So, like
Right,
you said,
right,
you're going to
right.
ask the Somali people what their real stance is, and because you know there's going to be trolls about it, because those people might not know what the real stance is, you want to smoke with those that don't know. I'm just like you, bro. Trust me, I'm just like you. I'll go into those rooms with the conservatives, or go into the rooms with the diehard MAGA people or whatever, and I'll side with them just to get enough idea where their brains are. But if somebody goes against them, I might defend them. That's why they can't stand me in certain spaces now because they don't know who I represent. Even though I tell them, "Yo, you're acting like a MAGA. Oh, you're acting like a lib." I don't fuck with either one of them, but I know enough about what their concepts are to agree at least with what I can agree with. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a robot.
So, but Sheik, that's the thing I don't do. I don't, not to say that this is what you do, but I don't go hang out with the MAGAs and pretend to be like them. Like, I can never.
I'm
I
not
can,
saying that.
no, no,
I'm not
I'm
saying
saying,
that at
no,
all,
no, no.
Bobs.
But I know you're not saying that, but I mean, it kind of, well,
It's like how you. It's like how
hold on, Sheik.
you'll put up
I'm
an
just saying,
FBA post
when
just to
I
get them
say I'm
in
hanging
here,
out with,
just to get them in here
I
and think they're
can't,
in a
I
comfortable
can't
space.
hang, okay. I can okay, maybe I can listen. Maybe I can listen to a black MAGA. But I don't even want to like I'm not hanging out with the white one
Oh
or
no, no,
like
no,
oh no no
no.
no listen
That's
listen
beyond
it's
me.
the mindset though, so I can't even I can okay what I can do is maybe what I can do is maybe jump into a panel and listen in, but I can never join up on those things because it'd be kind of like you jumping into a panel you're not welcome to, and you know that you feel it. And I'm not gonna pretend just so I can get to know. Like there's enough I can do to get to know those people and how they think, and I don't really have to interact with them. You know what I mean? But I'm not saying that's what you're. I'm not saying that's what you do. I'm just saying that that's what I don't do. You know?
Well, maybe let me give you an example, because I know the way I explained it, it sounds like I say I'm a lay with the wolves. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, it's things that I can say because of the way I think, or the way that the view that I have in this mess. It's things that I can say that will force them to tell me where they at, regardless.
No,
Like,
I hear you.
i.e., what
Yeah.
happened in your panel the other day. I
Hmm.
made a statement about I see nothing but falsities from both sides. And instantly I got attacked because I didn't agree with a specific side. So now I want to see where you coming from by giving my responses to your questions. Once they started talking about, oh, you Morris, this and that, I already knew what their mindset was. So I drew back. I wasn't going to go further. But then I've been in situations where by me doing that, I actually got an understanding of where they came from. Never agreed with it, but now I have fuel for another fire. Somebody will come to me and say, "Oh, I represent, I back the MAGA movement." Okay, well, why? And if they start talking the same talking points as somebody else that I've already spoken with, I already know where they're coming from. I'm not going to debate you. You go ahead and have your way. I'll have mine.
Right.
But then there's times where people, like I said earlier, will play neutrinoid. They'll pretend as if they really care about what you're talking about, let you give your point, and then try to come at you. Oh, this is how you think? Okay, well, let me show you something real quick. And then they'll be like, go ahead, just relax. Don't get them too bad. All of the people on the panel, it's like an attack now. Whereas I'm not in this situation to attack anybody. I do need to be educated. As much as I
Yeah.
educate,
Yeah.
I still need to be educated.
Hmm. No, and that's true. Like but that's how on eggshells they are, and even asking those questions, like we leave ourselves in a vulnerable position. Uh, we're vulnerable when we put our stuff out there and we tell people who we are because we don't know how they're going to use it against us, right? So, so that's why we rather just exit out of that conversation instead of, but we're just kind of like we're just feeling the grass or whatever the saying is. You're just seeing what you can talk about. In essence, you're just seeing what the surface level conversation is and if it can go deeper or not, right? But the neutral thing, I forget what you called it, but um I'm not just talking to them and feeling up on, not feeling up on, no Diddy. uh, I'm not just talking to them to find a problem or anything, especially with the Somali community. I'm talking to them openly to try to get their perspective. But and if I could tell them something about, if I could just zero in on what the issue is on both sides, and then talk to my Somali community and be like, can you guys? Because a lot of them are not given the opportunity to talk about these issues without being interrupted, without being muted, without being dropped. It's kind of like those FBA panels, right? Where it's so hard to get, you just can't. There's no way they're going to let you get away with hearing your perspective and where you're coming from. So I do allow people to unpack that, and allowing so provides them some relief and some things that they just had to get out, because a lot of people just, they were never given the opportunity to express themselves. So, and then that allows you to get an insightful perspective on it, and not generalize all those people about the things you've heard against their positions, as a whole Somali community. So you just start doing your own data collection. And I think
Hmm.
that I think that helps a lot. And then in turn, you can help them by explaining how to navigate through these problematic uh so in turn, Cheek, they see that us Americans are not all the same. We don't all think the same way that the generalized consensus of Americans think. and they also, you give them insight about how to approach people or how to just clearly stay away from those people, problematic people. So that's the insight I'm giving them in return.
Yeah, right. I keep getting invited to panels that I've got rushed off of because of what I identify as. And I had somebody message me, how come you haven't been in my live in a while? I said, because I'm not coming on here to fight every day. I don't do that. You're trying to get basically rage bait to get views and likes. I'm not one of those people. I'll support you,
Right.
but not in a
That's a
negative
big
manner.
one. Hmm.
How come you haven't chimed in a couple of months? And I'm not going to either.
Well,
It's like,
what they need you to do is, yeah, rage bait and stuff like that for content, right? They need the next opposition. They're so used to those numbers creeping up and those likes and those follows after you're so confrontational. Once you match the energy of this nation,
mm, how about it? No, another thing, right? This I wanted to put this out to you too. You know that guy that was in that panel we had last Saturday with the skin. I ain't gonna say it, but the prompt you had
circumcision
up
with
about the
smart,
skin, yeah,
sister smart, yeah.
right. And the guy came in and it like we let him up on the panel. We asked him the questions, and when he finally got his opportunity to speak, all he wanted to talk about was the size of the diagrams or whatever. He's
Like,
probably encountered a post where they were talking about that at one point, but they wouldn't let him speak because of the language barrier, because it was taking him too long to read what it was that was up there. They probably started clowning right away. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. But we gave him the space to do it. And some people don't know how to accept that, so they do the dumbest shit they can think of, like he did. You know what I'm saying? So I trust
right,
me, I get that.
or or he got it in the comments. He was already talking about it in the comments and got a wave of disagreements in the comments, and then he finally came up and voiced his opinion.
Right.
Or insecurities about his own package. You feel me? Um, and also Sheik. Remember Mansa came up,
Yeah.
and Mansa was the one that you had issues with before. I remember you guys' conversation. You know,
He
and
said he can't stand that's you talking about the brother with the I guess he from Jamaica. He got the
nah, nah,
accent.
nah. Mansa was the one that was
Oh yeah,
questioning,
yeah.
and he showed up again in that circumcision conversation towards the end. Remember with Smart,
Hmm.
and then that's where Smart found out you were a Moor, and she was like, remember the two sisters? They were like, "Oh, he's a Moor." Oh, But since Smart already met you through the circumcision conversation, she already had a rapport with you, right? You guys agreed on a lot of things. We were laughing about the conversation. We saw a lot of people come up, and you guys were hosting and modding the whole thing, right?
Right.
And then Mansa comes up, and you already had not an issue with Mansa, but you guys had already bumped heads before, right? You know
Hmm.
who I'm talking about?
I know. No, I trust me. I know just what you're talking about.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
funny because every time I come on your live, he's either on the panel or he just left, and normally
Yeah. And then
I'll skip it
so
because I don't have time.
he's the one that come on, and he remembers you too. So he kind of brought up your identity, right? And then
Uh,
he knows Sister Smart too, because I introduced Smart to Mansa. So I could just see that, yeah, that thing was going to be brought up again, slowly but surely, and then Smart was gonna align with him because, like, once they found out you're a Moor, she doesn't really mess with Moors either, or pretendians. Like, that's where she draws the line in the sand. But she couldn't just cut you off completely
right,
because she
because I
already
was
had a
honest.
rapport with you. Yeah. So it's just so interesting. It's so
And
interesting.
another thing, I think me and you talked about this in the live. I think it was like thousands. It was a couple of people in there, but it ended up only being me and you talking. And you actually asked me what my stance was as far as that. And I never quite. I think I did, but I could be wrong. I never quite explained to you that I've never referred to myself as an Indian. even though my grandmother told us that we was Ani Uria, we from here and all that, I never referred to myself as an Indian because of
I heard your. Oh no,
linguistics.
no. I did hear that aspect of you, and I have heard you say you're not an Indian, but I've also heard you say that you're not African, and you were always here. Like your people were always here. So there's just a lot of layers to that, and I have heard your position briefly about it, but you see how you could be weaved into either one. You could be seen as someone not loving Africa, someone being a pretendian. You see how all those things like overlap, and I'm not saying you are either one of those things of like not loving Africa or being a pretendian. But yeah. But you have you Sheik, you have a lot of things you can't like just tell people. And I wouldn't suggest you just to let people know everything about yourself, because
Hmm.
people are not really gonna listen. But if
Oh,
or
trust me, I'm learning.
there's things about you that you, like you said, you can't let other people know about it. You keep it secret for a reason, like the Masonic stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, let me. You shouldn't have brought that up because I just literally was about to quit TikTok behind that. Somebody
Hmm.
has this concept, which I know where they get it from, but it's also been debunked. They get this concept that Noble Ali, when he established the Lord Science Temple of America, the only reason he did it is because he wasn't allowed to get into the other lodges, the European lodges. They wouldn't let him go but so far. And he wanted a way for our people to get the same degrees without having to go through their authority. So he styled the Lord Science Temple of America just like a Masonic lodge. And as me being the sheik of the Lord Science Temple of America, I know the difference between what we do and what they do. Never being initiated into a Masonic lodge, but growing up in a family full of Masonic people, I already see the difference between what I'm learning and what they learn. But like you said, explaining that to people out here that rather get their education from YouTube and Google than actually do the research on their own, or people that think research means going online and typing in names. No, there's books. I got two books right now that I'm reading. One is Masonically written, and the other one is Moorishly written. And I can see the similarities, but I also see why they're two separate organizations. For one, this one is for us. That one is for them. That's an automatic separation. But at the same time, my understanding of the degrees that they have compared to what I'm learning in more science, we may have a little different. I'm not going to say different. We may have a higher understanding of the degree that they have, but we're not paying for it. It's free. I'm not being secret about the stuff that I learned. If you go to a Mason right now and ask him what the square and compass mean, why is it a G in the middle of the square and compass? They're gonna tell you to come to a meeting to find out. They're not gonna give you the answer. But you ask me, and I'm gonna give you the history on it. That's the difference. Public versus private. So when he went, and I'm speaking on Mansa, specifically because he brought it up. He said you ain't nothing but a nigga mason. He called me a nigga mason. And I had to laugh because then I had to think, wait a minute, you're not wrong. But at the same time, if all it takes is a little research, the point of a Mason is to remain quiet. I'm gonna learn everything, but I ain't gonna tell everybody. That's not what I'm charged to do. I'm charged to teach whatever it is I learn. You know what I'm saying? And because they say that, I might have Masonic involved and all. Okay, it could be some truth. Yeah, we got evidence that Noble Drew Ali sat in these halls. But how else was he going to learn what it is that they was hiding from us? You know what I'm saying? He had to be initiated in order to know how to initiate somebody. It's common sense. It ain't like he made it up out of thin air and all the information that he's saying that he had a dream about. No,
Right.
this is history we're talking about.
And the sister Smart was before you came on, or no, I think it was just later on that day because I was talking to Smart and she was telling me about her perspective of the Moors. And I told you yesterday too about that one like Mauritanian Jewish with the
Yeah.
Jewish pro. Okay, so I talked to him yesterday, but I talked to Smart too, and she was talking to me about the 4 degrees and the 3 degrees, and how one of them was a black Masonic thing, and the Europeans was I think it was a lower degree than the black ones, but how they all work for the same people, like the elites and stuff. And
So you
her
got the Scottish
interpretation.
right and the York right. That's what she was talking about.
Okay,
You
okay.
got 2 different
And then
pathways in your life.
yeah, and when it's so funny when people have like once they make a decision that these people are not our people, they go and learn as much as they can about them. It's almost like the FBAs that subconsciously know so much about African people now because they consider them the ops, and so that makes
hmm
them unconsciously go learn knowledge about their tribes, their people, their customs. So subconsciously they're learning about something they're interested in subconsciously, but consciously they're like, we hate these people, because they're not like us. But it forces them to learn as much as they can about the quote unquote ops, But anyways, let me just wrap this up. So she was just telling me why she doesn't believe about the Moors and how African people are trying to gravitate to that because they're trying to get away from their African. So Mansa, Smart, and other people like yesterday, we're concentrating just on Africa, and African people, indigenous people of Africa. And like religion gets in the way because it confuses the people. And then that's who they stand with. They don't like they're starting not to even like the East Africans because they know how involved they are with the Arabs. They starting to see how colonial powers in Africa, let's say like the Congo, the people speak French, they have French customs and cultures. They don't like that aspect about how our people have been colonized with something foreign to what is indigenous to Africa. So that's their position, okay? Just to let you know, Sheik. And like I understand that position. That's why I fuck with them, and I can understand. But I can see other things too. I can see how Islam also helped our people. Helped our people when the Christians came around. The white Christians, because Christianity also started in Africa. So I can see the layers and all this shit, and I don't get too caught up with it to the point where I'm vigilant of it. I'm vigilant of how people could be indoctrinated or colonized, but I'm also giving them a second chance to see if they're, I guess I could say I try to ask the right questions so I can unpack if they really are working for the ops or they're with us, But anyway, sorry, Sheik. I just wanted to put that out there. I want to put that out there, Sheik, just to let you know, like their position, Mansa's or Smart's or even mine at some point in times,
Yeah, I understand. I got to be a little less passionate on here. I'm realizing that. You know what I mean? Because it was a time when I couldn't speak like this. Everything that I was seeing was being muffled and filtered out. But I've grown to love the community here as much as we might be at odds. I like the fact that we are being vocal. We are expressing how we feel. So it's out there in the air. I'm not just making up an idea about a people. Because I think I said this the other night. The era of time I grew up in, the only thing I knew about Somalia was that they was hungry because of what they depicted on TV for the Feed the Children and UNICEF commercials. It was always Somalians on there. So I thought the entire country was hungry. It took for me to get older and more mature to realize that was just a propaganda for them to send their money over there to the
Right,
people that wasn't with them. So now I had
right.
to find out how strong this nation really was. And then I started
hmm
countering it. I'm like, oh, you don't look hungry to me. You know what I'm saying? Now it's like,
Yeah, they over here with their Coach bags and iPhones. You see, So that's the big shock for Americans too. They're so used to conditioned to see Africa the way that we've been conditioned to see Africa, and that's why I think they're hypocrites too, because they have to understand that when the African immigrants come to these black communities to live here in America, yes, of course, they're going to be told, like, not only by their parents, right? Okay, they're not only by the media, the propaganda of what Africans think about Americans when they come over, like their parents, right? Not only that, also, they have to go through the immigration kind of like naturalization process. So that's another part of indoctrination where they have to learn about the 13 colonies, where they have to learn about all these colonial policies and colonial they have to know all this knowledge, Sheik, that has nothing to do with black America. There's no naturalization test or immigration shit that teaches you about Black America and all the things that they should be embracing when they come here. They, like Black Americans say, they tell them not to hang out with Black Americans or whatever the case might be. But not only that, Sheik, also their parents tell their kids, you know what? Don't go hanging around. Since they're in the black communities already, they go, okay, we're here. We're trying to do better for ourselves. We're trying to move into a safer community. I don't want you hanging out with those kids on the block, those kids out in the street that are doing drugs, that are doing this. It's not, yes, of course, on the outlooks, it looks like they're going to put all the stereotypes that white people put on the black community, but we got to understand it's a different culture. And just like the black community itself, the black community, the mothers, the grandmothers, the people in charge are like, they tell their kids not to hang out with those very same people, that are out there in the streets. But the confusing part is not to generalize all the people as those kids, those YNs on the block. Don't look at those YNs on the block and think the whole black community, even the affluent community that is Black America, are just like those YNs on the block. So that's what
Prime example. You seen the movie How High, right? The original one.
Yeah.
Remember when they first met the guy, the Asian guy?
Like Redman? Were you talking about Redman and Method? Yeah. Okay.
Redman and Method Man, yep. Remember when they first met the Asian guy? Remember what he said?
Well, okay. Yeah, remind me, because it's been a while.
He said, "You my brother. He said, you near East Coast? You from West Coast? I'm from far East Coast. You from East Coast? I'm from far East Coast." And he was like dressed up in the most gangster outfit he could possibly have. But it was our culture that he was emulating, or so he thought.
Right.
Because he got to a college where it was people that looked like us that didn't just act like us. But because of that indoctrination, your parents bring you to America and they tell you, hey, you watching the movie Boys in the Hood, I don't want you to hang anyone that look like that. Stay away from them.
Right. Exactly.
So now they got a mentality. They don't know that the people that she's pointing out have been indoctrinated as well.
Right. They only see our people through those movies, right? So that's another part of indoctrination. Yeah, most definitely. I didn't even think about that right now, but now, and the music, we got to understand the music too. So the thing that's for entertainment purposes only is now looked at as the reality of the black community, with foreigners coming here and being that want to embrace black culture, but only embrace it through the entertainment purposes only kind of view. So they're not getting the reality of what that affluent black community actually is, the one that's striving, the one that's uplifting itself. It's only looked at through the funny version or the troll version, right, Sheik? The troll version of Black America. So they can't take them serious either. You feel me?
Hey, it's like even back in like the 50s and 60s, if somebody like me were to step into a circle of Europeans and speak the way that I do and about the things that I do, they would classify me as uppity. Exactly. Not that I'm just educated, but I'm an uppity N-word.
Right. Hey, Sheik, I do want to let me make this interactive, man. Let me make this interactive. I want to ask you guys all a question. I think you guys all know each other, but before I ask this question, I want to The picture on the top right, right? That one is that one's Noble Drew Ali and Marcus Garvey.
Nope.
Is that picture real or is that AI generated?
No, I'm gonna put you on. That's a real picture, but that's not Noble Drew Ali.
Yeah,
That's
Oh,
not him.
okay.
They trying to say, listen, man, I've been every time I see this picture, I get moved because I was one of those people that used to just believe what I see on YouTube. Not anymore. Because I got multiple pictures that I can show you right now of this man called Noble Drew Ali that looks nothing like that.
hmm Okay, well, okay, let's say, okay, so, okay, I thought, but it also looked AI generated. It's like colored, you know, so I know. Okay, so whoever that man is, let's just say he's Noble Drew Ali. Okay, I'm gonna leave that as, let's just say it's him.
Could be
Okay,
it
but
could
but
be him though. If it's I've only seen Marcus Garvey solo in that car. I never seen that person next to him. If it's a
gotcha.
That's
comment,
because they always pan only to show Marcus Garvey. He was always in that car with him. But later on, they've developed the picture with that guy in the picture, and people assume it's Noble Drew Ali because he's a fraud. I'm gonna give you a background. They consider Marcus Garvey Aaron. Well, not Aaron.
who?
They consider Marcus Garvey John the Baptist within our community. The reason why is because he came prior to Noble Drew Ali to gather the people together with the
But
Garveyite movement.
see, bro, he was. And see, you have Muhammad Ali up there twice, and you're missing one important figure. No, you got Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew Ali,
You don't have
and we
Noble Drew
salute
Ali.
them.
Well, okay,
You,
hold
you
on.
talking about Duce Muhammad?
Before, okay, I do want to hear.
So
Let's focus
you
on the.
missing Farrar Muhammad.
Let's do this. Hold on, money. Before we get there, I want to answer from each one of you, and then we can have an open panel and talk about it. Okay, just focus. We'll do this first. Well, let's focus on what's up on the board. We got 4 different boxes, right? And we're gonna ask the question: which one were the legendary duo, right? And let's just suppose that that's Noble Drew Ali with Marcus Garvey up there. Okay, let's just put it out there. Let's just pretend, even though we know or we don't know yet. But okay, so the first box up top left is Farrakhan and Elijah. The one to the right of that is, let's say, Noble Drew Ali, alleged Noble Drew Ali, and Marcus Garvey. Down at the bottom on the left, we got Emiliano
I
Zapata.
think you missed one. You should have probably added the commandment keepers.
Hold on, buddy. And then on the bottom, we got Emiliano Zapata, and we got what's his fucking name? I'm blanking right now. And his partner, right? Emiliano Zapata y Cesar Chavez. No, not Cesar Chavez. Fuck, I'm fucking blanking, guys. I'm sorry. Look at how Mexican I am. I'm gonna come back. I forgot his name. And then we got on the bottom right, we got Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali. Okay, so from each one of you, starting with Sheik, I want you just first question, just to give me what box you're picking. Okay, I just want a box, and then when I'm gonna
You
come
want a
down, we're gonna
box?
ask like top left, top right, or just name the duo.
Oh, I
Name the
thought you
duo.
meant fight. Like,
Name the duo. Name the duo that you think is
Oh,
the revolutionary duo. Go ahead,
You
Sheik.
are hilarious, Miles. I see what you're doing here, man. But I'm gonna go ahead and help you out, brother, because I see what you're
you
doing.
should have put
Okay.
the commandment keepers up there.
I shoulda, woulda, coulda, didn't.
All
All
That
right.
right,
would have
Let me.
made
Modi.
it better
Sheik.
because
Because you
it's
didn't.
I
like
need a
We're gonna see
4.
what
box.
we got.
I need a
I got
box,
you.
Sheik. I need a duo, and I'm gonna
I'm
ask
about to.
Modi.
I'm gonna give you the answer, right? Out of all of those that you see, the most influential, in my opinion, I wouldn't use the term greatest, but the most influential would be Marcus Garvey and the supposed Noble Drew Ali. The
Okay.
problem is,
Hold
the
on, Sheik.
problem is most
All
people
right.
don't know about
Uh-huh.
the duo of Marcus Garvey and Noble Drew Ali.
All right. We're gonna come back to that, Sheik. We're gonna come back.
Yep.
Modi, go ahead, my brother.
where's the commandment keepers? They should be up there too.
Modi.
The 10
Well,
commandment
hey,
keepers.
I'll make another prompt. Modi.
So you can have the Nation of Islam, the Hebrew Israelites,
But
the Pan African.
that's true. That's true. Well, okay, you got to make me the prompt. All right, let's do it. We'll do it together, all right, Modi? But give me an answer right now, brother. Out of these that I got.
I'll say maybe Nation of Islam.
Okay. Yeah, with Farrakhan and Elijah. Okay, thank you, Modi. Go ahead, Money.
Well, it was
I
before it
think
was it
Wait,
was before it was
hold,
it,
in the box.
hold
It
on,
didn't
Money.
do the box.
Hold on, Money. I think let Modi land. He didn't land. He be. What'd you say, Modi?
that's you missing what's his name? Uh
Modi, stop it.
that's
You already picked. Okay.
Farrakhan, but you missing what's his name? I
Yeah,
don't
what's
remember
it?
his name.
All right, we'll come back to you, Modi. What you think about that? You sit on that. Money, go ahead, Money.
Farad Muhammad, yeah.
Oh, you're right. You're right, Modi. You're 100% right. You're 100. But
Well,
this
I
isn't
didn't
that.
catch
This
that.
isn't the. Go ahead, Money. Sorry.
I didn't catch what Moni
Go-
said. What was that?
He said, what's his name?
Farad Muhammad.
Yeah, exactly. The dark skinned brother, the only dark skinned brother in the Nation of Islam. I
Oh,
like that
Khalil.
brother too. I like
Khalil.
that brother.
Oh
Yeah,
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 yeah.
exactly.
Okay, I'm
Okay,
going and I got respect for Noble Drew Ali. I'm going
Khalid
Farrakhan.
Muhammad. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mike.
Khalid. Yeah. I'm going with Farrakhan and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praise due to Allah for the
Okay.
Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the great American Indian chief. If you want to go that way,
All right,
and don't
Jaguar. All right,
don't even.
Nigga
Oh yeah,
never
my
said
bad.
he was Indian.
That is true though. That's a good point.
Okay, guys. Thank you for those responses. Now we're gonna go to
They
Sheik
used to
again.
argue the Afro-Asiatic black man. That's what they said.
Right. So now I'm gonna ask you why you chose those leaders. You know what's inspirational about them as a duo? Okay, as a duo. Okay, or alleged duo. So I'm gonna go to Sheik first. He's gonna give us the why, and then Modi's gonna give us the why, and then Money's gonna give us the why. Go ahead.
Okay, I chose the supposed combination of Marcus Garvey and Noble Drew Ali because by Marcus Garvey making a statement during his time, he said, out, you mighty nation, accomplish what you will. One aim, one destiny, one aim, one goal, one destiny. Free yourselves. And then Noble Drew Ali comes along. Not only were the people already gathered, but they were gathered enough where they were already prepared for the same message to be brought to them again. Except this time they got to see the message. Because during Marcus Garvey's time, there was a lot of division amongst the people within his organization. So they got the opportunity to see what he was talking about back then become manifest in the new form. So that's my answer. And oh, real quick, they also gave I want to say they gave leeway to two of the other combinations of people on the guest, on the list that we have here. If it wasn't for those two, the other people wouldn't have had the message. And I land.
Okay. Modi, you ready for the why? Why you think these duos are so complementary to each other and to you?
Well, actually, Farad Muhammad was born before Noble Drew Ali in 1877. And he was the power structure to basically give black people another vision. And that vision was strong during, the most pivotal point up into, the civil rights movement. And it was more so of a aggressive form of like, you know, like what do you call it? Aggressive form of like leadership. It was more so about supplanting like black Americans.
So to you though, Modi, like, is that why you looked up to them, or you saw that they put the black man first, kind of scenario in their
Yeah,
leadership role?
they was the one to like basically give us a different like outlook instead of like, it was the counter to like, Martin Luther King's kind of outlook of like, self-preservation. They thought that the best way of self-preservation through nonviolence, but they through the teachings and understandings of Farad Muhammad passed to Elijah Muhammad, we see where actually, that was the more, stronger route to understand, our people, because people been robbed and blinded by Christianity. So really, like, the most pivotal, like, religious standpoints, spiritually for black people was between the understanding of the Nation of Islam versus, Christianity.
Got you, got you. And I like how you made the comparison with MLK and them for nonviolence. But the difference between them, not to like put this in your face or anything, but that MLK wanted integration while these brothers wanted separation, And it's just so funny how we weave back and forth about certain ideas in certain times where that is an option or not an option. Money, go ahead, my brother Jaguar.
Yeah, salam salam. Peace to the Jaguar. I got to learn more about peace, because I'm mostly Latino, but in my upbringing, I came up under the teachings of Farah Muhammad, though I never officially got too involved. But Farrakhan is here to this day, and he showed you the power of the wordplay. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he can't. You got to hit the people with one punchline. So when you hit the people with this YT man is the devil, it gets you thinking. You might have some within yourself, and it'll have you thinking within yourself also. His impact was so strong. They were right about it. Businesses being super clean, bringing actually a nation that you can call an unalive nation back to life is impactful. And even to this day, if you look at which movements clean up young men the most, gets you learning technology, business, martial arts, defending yourself and whatnot, and actually how to use these sciences for yourself, because you go to the church, you go to the Sunni mosque, and they're just gonna have you practice rituals and whatnot, waiting on afterwards, when these principles should be applied in the now. So that movement was very impactful, and Farrakhan is still going strong to this day, and he's telling, and like the Latino or at the bottom, I think their movement was more like physical, like as far as armed revolution, and we know things have changed. It's all about the power of the idea, and competing in a righteous way. So his whole movement got to be respected, and people criticize Farrakhan, maybe he's mixed or it's a light skin movement or something like the people, but all that stuff, every man has this good and bad in them. At the end of the day, and also you look how Farrakhan had to rebuild the nation first and foremost. He's been involved in like the device that they use in Scientology, all that stuff. They have basically, there's no spookism in it. You do have the spookism with the UFOs, but you have a UFO phenomenon to this day. So actually, he was the first one really to prophesize about that also. So that's a strong combo there.
I mean, a lot of the teachings that Farrakhan learned, it got from Elijah Muhammad, and Elijah Muhammad was taught by Farad.
And did you know, and I'm sure y'all know, I don't know, Vibes, if you're aware of this, but there's also some members who don't trust Farrakhan and claim he went astray from the original teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So you have other ministers who are real strict on that.
Right. Okay, awesome. Thank you guys for those answers. Very insightful.
Wait, but you said who was that Mexican?
Hold on. Yeah. So I'm gonna go into this, Modi. So it's my turn. It's my turn. All right, back up. So, oh, sorry. I was just gonna mute you for your background noise. Did you want to say something, Modi, before I tell you?
Afro-Mexican.
Okay. I'm a Palestinian. I thought you knew. Okay, so the guy so it's Emiliano Zapata and Pancho Villa, bro. So I put that one for my Afro-Mexicans, because Emiliano Zapata was an Afro-Mexican. A lot of people don't know that.
So
but
they work together. Those two.
yeah, definitely work together. I mean, not they were in different regions, but they knew about each other. Like that picture you see is an enhanced version, but it's an actual photo of a real photo. Of them sitting together with the campesinos. So these are your revolutionary leaders in Mexico in between 1910 1920s, and their thing was to reform the land, for the workers, because of all that, they dealing with the Spanish, they dealing with the elites of there, and they were just the rival duo that was they were the ones that champion that the Mexican community champions around. So again, they fought for the people and for justice for the workers there. I could bring up let me see if I can bring up just a quick thing here real quick. Hold on, let me see, just to give you guys a okay. So Emiliano Zapata here, he was from the south, right, of Mexico, and he was a farmer who advocated for landless peasants.
Bantu.
His movement in Morales demanded land redistribution and justice. He used to say tierra y libertad, like land and liberty. That was his thing, right? And I think he said something about like dying on your knees, or like he rather die standing than be on his knees. So I think that was his famous quote. And then Pancho Villa, he was up in the north. It's funny because Pancho Villa is more like the light skinned Mexican dude, right? Like he didn't have, I don't know if he wasn't Afro Mexican. He was more of the mestizo type, right? And so he, as it says right here, a charismatic former outlaw. He led a formidable army of cowboys and working class people fighting for dignity and better conditions in the north. So those are the alliances that you had. They had a shared cause. They had meetings together, and they had different pathways. One was one was assassinated. And the other one, I think let me see what it says here. Zapata wanted a true land Zapata wanted a true land reform, while Pancho Villa's implementation of it in Chihuahua was inconsistent.
Chihuahua.
So Chihuahua is a town in
Oh, I
North
thought that was a dog.
North Mexico. I mean, it is a dog. I mean, that's the name of the dog, but it came from a town. It came from a town. All right, those
It's
words.
a state, I believe.
It's a state. Yeah, that's what I mean. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, they got like a style of dance, or they dance a lot, or something.
So is that like the famous dog? Go
Thank you,
ahead.
money. Again, these are actually indigenous terms given to towns, townships,
No.
states, and then now animals. So it's just like it's like your dog named Joe, But anyways, people name
That's
shit.
terrible, man.
They name shit whatever it is. But here, this is what I would say, guys. That those guys, I put that option up there because obviously my background and stuff, and I do look up to those two leaders right there. But in the context of what we're talking about, I would, and the concept of who we know more, who we relate more to, and who has the spirit of the new generation, and who work together so closely, and who we can laugh with, and who we can empower ourselves and uplift ourselves, and who had achieved such greatness within the populace of America. It'd have to be Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X, and the spirit, and they generated everything that these past legends had done, and they brought it forth with their achievements, like with Ali, with the boxing, with Malcolm X, with his movement, and how he was able, but it's so sad, how their
What I'm
lives.
saying, like he was
Hold
a
on,
part of the
Modi.
nation,
Hold on, Modi.
Nation of Islam.
Hold on, Modi. So yes, so hold on. Let me land on this point. So again, it's so tragic too. Check it. Like with Malcolm X, how I feel what Malcolm X felt through, because I worked for an organization for a while, and I was almost exed out of it. If I didn't make my quick exit, I don't know what would have happened. But he was a sponge, and he was able to articulate it in a way that the masses could understand it. to the point of influencing everybody to something that was kind of hidden, um, and gave it another. I mean, you look at Malcolm X. He started with his life, how he started it. You know, he was a pimp, a drug addict, and all this stuff, and how he turned it so fast. You know, and it just showed us that you don't have to start off perfect, man. That you can literally be inspired and change yourself, and it only takes like something to move you to get you to that point, and that you could still reach success, not success in material gain, but success in like influential success, you know. And then it's just tragic how it ended for him, because like all this mistake, like the people that had been charged for his unaliving are being released right now. They just got released and stuff like that. So, and the whole nation of Islam, there's a lot of stuff going on that we don't quite know, and it's sad that he went to Africa, found himself, came back, and he got unalived. Now with Muhammad Ali, his greatness and how far he went in his career of boxing, and then it's just sad how we weren't able to retain that, and how his like abilities diminished mentally, physically, and how, not to like take away anything from that, but like you see how life beats you down, you know, him in the obviously in the boxing ring, and how it has ramifications too, like what we suffer to sacrifice ourselves for greatness. So anyways, I'll just say that for those two, and I just love those two because they're the ones that show us what true love is, and in the sense of like what we got to see on camera, on TV. Obviously these other with Muhammad and Elijah, they kept it kind of hidden, you know, and like you can't really, you know. And then with Noble Drew Ali and Marcus Garvey, I mean, it was so far back that we don't have any like video, or we don't have these interviews with these people to the point where we can relate a lot more. We have to do deep research in books and what people told about these people, so it's kind of harder to access. You feel me? So, but nonetheless, they're all great, and that's why they're up here. Okay, so I'm gonna have an open panel. You guys can tackle some of these questions that I have up here to just keep the conversation flowing. But go ahead.
Yeah, Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali is a part of the same family group as Elijah Muhammad and, Farrakhan. It was all Nation of Islam. I think there should have been like the Hebrew Israelites should have been up there. I think the Hebrew
But
Israelites was strong, like around what
in the '60s,
20. No, Hebrew Israelites started way before the 60s. Started like back in 1919. Like, but it was originally, before they split up into different groups, they were originally called the Commandment Keepers, and they started in Harlem. So yeah, you had
based out of Harlem, also.
yeah, they started the Hebrew Israelites started in Harlem, but then they broke off and became new groups. Like now you see ISUPK.
Yeah,
Uh,
yes.
what else? The Israelites United in Christ, and the other offshoots. They all broke off from the original Commandment Keepers, and then they created the 12 tribes chart. But before that, they didn't even have like a 12 tribes chart, and they just said all Negroes of slave descent was like, you know, the Hebrew Israelite.
Y'all heard about the new denomination of the Hebrews? Y'all heard about the new one?
No, what else? That's what's his name? Drewski.
That's
That's Drewski
Drewski. Drewski's.
Hey,
playing Drewski. Yeah,
I
he was
want
talking.
I want to
Huh?
ask y'all. I want to ask y'all a question on something called a birthmark on mixed people and what you call monoracial people. And do y'all get what who? Because I was researching that. Um, does that pop up? Because I got one right, and I researched. They said, and I was on Gemini. It said the European don't really have it. Don't get those. But mulattoes, it's like different. You got your tone, but then you might have spots of different tones on there.
Melanin deficiency.
Well, can you repeat your question, Money? Are you talking about monoracial and biracial?
Yeah. I was curious about like birthmarks. Like
Birthmarks. Okay, okay.
if my so-called monoracial peoples get them, because
Oh,
I
gotcha.
researched and it said like mixed people would get those birthmarks. Like you got your skin tone, but then you might have birthmark like darker or lighter or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like mixed in there.
Well, why do you bring up this question, or like, where did this come from?
Well, I was thinking about it today. Because I took a trip in Central America, right? And then we got I was in one town and I seen this beautiful girl. I was trying to holler at her, but she was walking fast, and she had a lot, looked like a jaguar, man, like rosettes. You know what I'm saying? And she was fine, but she had a lot. I said, so I don't know. She might think like she don't like that, but I was like, man, that was beautiful. One of the most beautiful girls I seen. She was in past, like walking through, and
Hey, you ain't get her number?
nah, I couldn't. It's hard out, but I'm going back. Yeah, that's why I'm a passport bro now. So yeah,
I
hey,
thought you were a jaguar, man. You should have jumped on that
yeah,
thing.
I know exactly. That's what I was saying. Yeah, that's how they do it. Because the Jaguar is a solo cat. You know what I'm saying? So he got to just do his thing, and then when he run into the right situation, then it's on. See the lion? Yeah, you see that lion? He got his pack, and his pack helps him. Like the girls, they'll hunt, and then he gets he gets in on the best. So he has that pack, but the lion has the most competitive environment because they got to fight for their position. So if you fall off, you get kicked off, or you might not have a pack. You know what I'm saying? But there you go, the jaguar, and you see one darker one and one yellow, black. No, I never indigenous Americans, black people. Yeah, they get on the jaguar wave now, and that's great. But see, my thing is, if you touch down on this land, you can embrace it, but you got to be careful in validating other people just cause you feel like it, or you got to have a real purpose. So, like the native tribes, like the people who in America, you have that's a different type of native person. I mean, the South, like if you look at the South of the United States, it's mostly black folk. Most people come out the South, black folks, and like Northern, you have the like Montana and all that stuff. That's the ones that we talking about,
Oh,
Siberians and stuff. But check this though, a jaguar has no place amongst a pack of wolves. They're more wolves, and they actually have wolf in their DNA.
wolf head. We got bananas in our DNA too.
Yep. And you have different families of bananas also.
Yeah. Plantain.
Wait, did he say that jaguars have wolf DNA?
No. The native people like Montana and all that stuff, what you would think of like a Native American, like from the south, they're called Northern tribes. They're mixed in with wolf.
Yeah,
What?
because that's the ancient experiments we did on them.
But my yeah, I don't know. It
Yeah,
gets
that's
tricky.
how we created the Lyran people. Yeah, we created the Lyran people by mixing them with like humanoids.
Yep, yep.
Yeah,
And then they got more like we even like myself we have like it's gonna sound funny, but it's Neanderthal and Denisovan. I think Denisovan is the Asian.
yeah. I don't know if the depiction of the Denisovan is correct because like the people who actually look like the image a little bit look like Papua New Guineans, and they got afros.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah. And like the Papua New Guinean and the
Wow.
the
The
Australian,
Aboriginals.
Yeah, Aboriginal. Those are. But my thing. But let me tell y'all how I feel about.
They like some of the oldest, groups of people that.
Yeah, they are. But black to be BLK in America, you can rep indigenous. How do you just claim that you have an indigenous DNA? Like indigenous peoples, you can tell wherever it's from, Aboriginals. You know what I mean? African, like the indigenous, it
Mhm.
got it's gonna look different. So basically, y'all guys, it's like mixed in. You know what I mean?
I got a question. Well, not a question, a suggestion. What do any of you know what the general blood type would be for people who consider themselves Native Americans?
Well, that gets tricky because it's mostly O. It's
You
mostly
said
O.
most of, so you're
No,
saying that the pale skinned people that call themselves Native Americans, their blood type is O.
yep.
All right, I need a source for that because last time I checked, the general consensus was that their blood types are all over the place because they're indigenous. I mean, there was mixtures along the time, along the years, that would make that blood type not stay the same because they didn't
Well,
just stay
Blood
with
see,
themselves.
blood types have like random mutations, like any other like genetics. Because
well, this one thing. Listen.
you
Oh
can
my
have
bad.
two parents with like O and they'll end up being B.
That's not true.
No,
That's
no, no,
true.
no, no, not true. But this is the thing.
That's
This is the thing.
true. Like my parents are not even any of my blood type, but I somehow is O.
What's your blood type? I'm an A. I believe the A
My
was before the O.
Mine is O negative, but both my parents is
Ooh, you
A
got
and
two
B.
negative.
They
So
both A and
what
B.
happened with me
Hold on,
was
but let me
because
hold on
people
really
don't
quick
know
though.
that they only get blood from one parent.
Hold on, let
Yeah,
me let me let
yeah,
me just
but
make
it can
this point really
mutate and
quick.
change. It don't have to
You
be
said,
consistent to your parents.
Mona, you said your parents are A B.
Yeah,
That
Both of them.
see now that there is a real blood. That listen, A B is like a royal
it's just
blood because
like it's like
that's why it's
haplogroups. They
rare.
have like random mutations.
And
All right. So,
you're negative, bro. So look, Mona, you see that Egyptian, so you really cut from that because even Jesus was AB negative in the shot, whatever they got of him on the shroud of torn or something like that, the blood.
you talking about the shroud of Turin?
To do
Yep,
you,
You mean you talking about the stain that was on the piece of cloth?
yep,
They didn't have no DNA on that.
yeah, it sure did.
Okay. Listen, I'm one of those people where you can't just tell me. I need to see it.
Yeah, I feel you, but
I've
think,
heard
but
the story a million times, but I haven't seen it yet. The reason I'm
I
saying
mean,
that is
I'm look.
because
It's a no. You the AI overview says no. You don't have to have the same blood type as your parents to be O type O. You just inherit. You just need to inherit O gene from both parents, which can happen even if they have A or B types.
no, because this is the thing, Monique. Check this out. Let me. The O and see you do have a rare blood type because you got the negative, but the O is missing the A and the B. So an A and B can make an O, but two O's cannot make no A or no B, bro.
yeah, this is what I'm trying. This is what I was trying to implement. Do you even know why they call the blood type O? It's only one reason.
No, it's universal, but you got to understand.
No, hold on. The
Yeah,
blood type O, the letter stands for original.
I mean, you could take it that way, but the thing is this: you can't just see the O. The O could go into any blood type, but a AB can receive O blood, but a O cannot receive an A or a B. So that's why I'm saying the AB is special. Now, if you say the O is just like black, white, or it actually is the highest. It's the highest worldwide. It operates in different bodies, like a O blood and a white T man. He is bloodthirsty. See the O, he got to eat more animal because it's like hunter gatherer blood. Where the A and the B is more farmer.
Hmm. Hmm.
The A and the B is probably more like more sunlight, vitamin D, and plants rather than animals. I'm guessing. I'm guessing. I'm taking a shower. I'll be right back. Yep. But it could be that also though with how you said the O. Um,
Yeah, so I'm right now I'm away from my normal resource material. So I just decided to go on what's the name, Gemini, and ask about the DNA of Jesus. Now I intentionally used the name Jesus because I know that wasn't his name. I know for 100% certainty that wasn't his name. But I used Jesus because I'm learning how the AI system is programmed. So the result was the very first answer it gave was no, there is no evidence of a specific blood type. Though through the usage of various items or various artifacts believed to be of Jesus, including the Shroud of Turin and a couple of other things. They've come to a consensus
I
that
can't even hear nothing.
it's a normal Philadelphia behavior.
He getting arrested.
People driving the hell around doing
You,
dumb shit.
you must be in NYC.
No, I'm in Philadelphia.
Oh yeah, Philly too. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm right where it started at, man. But yeah, what happens is with a general consensus, and I wanted to point this out earlier when we was talking about the duos, the greatest duos live or to have lived. Well, the general consensus can be false. Can we agree on that? Because at one time, the genuine consensus or the general consensus was that slavery was good. It was beneficial, but that doesn't make it right. So the reason I'm bringing that up is because it took years of people disproving what was the general consensus, and enough people decided to go with the Joneses, so to speak. So therefore, they beat out the small amount or the small percentage of people that didn't want to buy into the general consensus. The same thing happened with flat Earth versus globe Earth. It's happening now with the Leviticus community trying to decide if a trans woman is a woman. It's all kinds of different things that people generally agree to, but that doesn't necessarily prove a thing. The reason I'm saying that is because you can tell that the Shroud of Turin, which they've shown over and over and over, the person whose face was on there couldn't have possibly been Jesus. But because it looks similar to depictions of Jesus from the past, they generally consist that was him. But then you got other scholars who've been digging research since that was discovered. They found out exactly who the person was, and it got rejected by the general society. No, we're not going to change the consensus. We're going to keep telling people, the people that believe in that image of a person, we're going to keep them involved in their belief system by keeping that image alive. Never admitting that there could be possibly another image that might be exactly who they worship. So, you know what I mean? We just got to be careful when we take on the general consensus because it can be biased.
Was it accepted by the Catholic Church?
That's the point I'm making. It wasn't originally accepted by the Catholic Church. It became a tool of control for them to accept it. Just like the Roman Empire decided to embrace Christianity because it was too many of the lands that they conquered, the people who were practicing Christianity.
but
So
here,
it was a popular religion.
but here go the thing. Here go the thing. I think, I believe it was rejected and then accepted. So my thing is like, let me give you an example. The vaccine, right? I mean, excuse me, the
We call it
what
a
they call
jab.
that jab. So you got the jab, right? And like I said, I'm in the middle, right? So I see different point of views, but this is what I'm saying. I want you to just think about the jab. Most people don't trust it, but it could be a conspiracy, but it could not be. So it's kind of like you also don't want to be where you're trusting of everything because that can hold you back also.
So that's like where we got to battle as a
You got to chew
culture.
out the meat and spit out the bones.
Oh,
Yep,
yo,
yep.
thank you for taking the words out my mouth, bro. They're gonna present us with all kinds of good looking steak and you know what I mean, filet mignon, all that good shit, right? But that shit not necessarily good for you. Do you want to eat it all? No. You pick out the
Man,
bones, get rid of the stuff that you don't need, like anything that doesn't resonate with you, let it go.
But some people
I'm
eat the
that's
whole
just
damn
me.
bone. No,
Yup, and
That's a good
they be
point.
constipated off of the bones.
yeah.
Can't eliminate because they got a stomach full of bones left. Well,
That's
that's why I
Leave
dangerous.
was
the leave
pointing
the
out the
bones.
general consensus.
Leave the bones, but take the bone marrow, my brother.
Hey, there you go. There
No,
you
no,
go.
no. But
Yeah,
again,
you
just
got to
look at the
grind it
standard.
up and
Look at
make
the
bone.
standard for medicine. Look at the standard in white hospitals and what the standard is for them. And when black people come into their hospitals, it's not that they don't have the same standard for those people. They don't even know how to fix those people, how to help those people, because the standard of that medicine or the standard of like think about black women and the threshold of pain, you know. That's the only way I can try to make sense of that too. But like the Romans, they had to take in Christianity because Christianity was the main consensus of the people. They could not take over the people without embracing or manipulating Christianity. So,
Hmm.
anyways, I'm
I
still in
got
the
a,
shower.
I got an example for you that'll corroborate what you were saying, other than the thing about the threshold for pain. Something as simple as I'm I'm 6 foot tall, well technically 5'11 3/4, but I would be considered 6 feet tall, and I weigh 240 pounds. To them, I'm morbidly obese. But people walking around me is like, you look skinny. You know what I'm saying? And to the eyes of that medical field, they're gonna always say
oh
that I'm
yeah, the
morbidly
BMI.
obese.
Yep,
Yeah, they're
that's
gonna
true.
say I'm. But here's the thing. Now my BMI is what throws them off every time I go to the doctors because they're looking at me, they're using their own visual inspection and assuming that I'm overweight. But then when they do my body mass index, it's so low they can't understand how I got such muscular mass if I'm overweight. And that's because they're not considering that there is a difference between haplogroups when it comes to their body mass index. Most Mexican people are short. Even though there's some tall people there, the majority of them are short people. So their average height is going to be different than, say, somebody from India because
They
they
were
have
here in
some
ancient
extra tall
periods.
people in that country. Or like Yao Ming, he's the tallest person in the whole damn country at one time. But that don't mean he's overly tall. That just means he's an anomaly. They don't consider anomalies. They make whatever their structure is. Everything got to meet that structure, or
That's
you're
because
over
his
or you're
great
under.
great grandfather, Dami, was tall.
Yeah, like my family, prime example. I have what's called I don't know how to explain it, but I would be considered the tallest person in my portion of the family right now at
Yeah.
5'11 3/4. But I have a nephew that's taller than me. He just got taller than me within the last 10 years. But prior to that, I was the tallest one in the family. But when I made my son with his mother, he's 6'5". That's because all the men in in his mother's family were all 6'3" and above.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? So you putting two different haplogroups together or two different bloodlines together, and one of them might be short, one might be tall. We don't know until the children are born which one they're going to take on. You can't then say the whole, oh, I live in a family of short people. No, you just got to be prepared for it there to be an anomaly instead of
Yeah.
making a generalized statement about
My
people.
mom is 5'8". My dad is 6 feet. So that made me 5'11".
Yeah, my mom like five even. She might have just barely made five, and my dad was 5'10". So I actually made it to 6 feet before I started shrinking.
You're a giant. You're one of the megalith giant. You're the Nephilim, dog. Hey,
Yeah.
here's another perspective. Think about the spectrum of light and who can take it in and who can't. Right?
Ah.
Think about think about think about the that some of us are outliers in their standard of field of medicine and think about what skin cancer is to some folks and how they can't even be out in the light, right? So
Hmm.
Yeah, because we're the only
they're
ones that can truly be
they're
enlightened.
right. But just back to the subject, like who's assessing, who is telling us that we need to have sunscreen on? Why do they tell the general population you should put on sunscreen? I mean, who are they talking to? And here, I'll give you another example. I surf, right? Or I'm not surfing this year. This year I kind of laid back. I got a little heavier. But my whole thing was surfing, right? And I'm out there with them white boys, and the thing that they're very territorial. These white boys out in the water, you know. They
They
think
want
the
to fuck
ocean.
that water.
They think every wave was meant for them. So they're very territorial about this open ocean. You feel me? And it's because these waves only hit on certain surface level sandbars, is what they call them, right? And these grooves in the bottom floor of the ocean is what create that, and corals too, and the wind patterns too. But for the most part, these waves hit a particular spot in the ocean, and so all the surfers come to that area to try to catch these waves. So this is where it becomes territorial. But now, the only difference is with me is that I try to catch these waves as they're coming. So a lot of these white boys, I swear, they don't have like the spectrum of light or distance or something where they can't see these waves. Like they don't see the what are they called, the tide, or they can't see the fuck, I forgot what it's called. But they can't see. You know how when the waves form, and you see like maybe three indications of like the tips of the waves as the wave pushes forward. Like they won't develop and fully actually like create the face value wave that we know of. You know, before it crashes and you see all the white stuff, right? Which is called the white water. So, but before that, that you see the pattern of this in the water, so I can tell when it's coming. But these white boys, I swear, they can't tell. Like they don't see that. So, anyways, I beat them to the punch when it comes to catching this wave, and they swear up and down that I'm cheating or that I'm snaking them or something like that. But I'm just a little hip onto the wave coming, and I put myself in a position to catch it. They could be ahead of me, but I'm behind them. I can find myself in the position where I'm not going to have to fight to catch that wave. That wave's going to catch me because I can like. So that's my little gift in this world. So, anyways, I put that to like the way my eyes are shaped, or the way I see light, or the way, I don't know, I'm more in tune in the water than they are. But I do see a difference, and I swear it's
Boogie board.
hilarious. But anyway, I just wanted to say that.
The boogie board.
Yeah, it vibes. It vibes. You see, I typed in the comments depth depth perception.
Right. That could be it too. No boogie boards.
Also,
Is it surfboards?
Boogie
listen, but
board.
hear me
Yo,
out. I
yo,
got you.
yo,
But
Vibes, that's crazy. You
another,
surf,
no,
bro. We
another
gotta
aspect, real
yeah, we
quick,
gotta
Louis,
link up, man.
another aspect would be the fact that literally you just explained, you broke it down in the explanation form that they probably couldn't. So you already won up on them just by being able to explain what you saw. That's where the difference comes in. There's some people that do things that they can't explain, but the point is the fact that you're able to explain what you saw puts you ahead of them. So you would never have to explain it to them, and you'll always
Oh,
catch
you
that wave
finally
before
look
they do.
black. No, I'm just playing.
It ain't even got nothing to do with that because as you know, his family, his heritage is Eritrean, right? That's a little different than the people here in America, just a little, because of the region that he's in. So they might have better that perception than the people here in America. You know what I mean? Can't always just go by melanin. Because there's people that we look at and think they don't have melanin, but their ancestors do, and they have everything that we have. It just don't look like it.
Yeah, I know. It's teaching. So my teachers teach me that people up until The sixth generation are still a part of the original people, but after the sixth generation, at the seventh, which is the number of completion, they are removed.
I thought the number nine was completion. Seven was perfection.
Now, seven is completion because it's seven universal elements that created the universe.
Oh, okay.
That's what my teachings have taught me because everything forms from magnetism, electricity, ether, light, gases, liquids, and solids. So that's why. And black people are complete beings from those seven universal elements, but non-blacks are lacking the central supporting substance, which is the ether. So that's why I say our number should be 777 and 6 because 6 is incomplete. But then there's also like other teachings within numerical expressions.
Yeah, I just had a brain fart, so don't mind me. That's crazy how it just happened. Wow. No, you hit me with something that I came from a different angle, I should say.
Yeah, I
As far
heard
as the
people talk
seven
about,
seven elements.
yeah, I heard people talk about nine ether and how, the hair textures cool like a number nine and all of that. But I'm saying like, but for me, based on like the, universal elements that, creates our immaterial and physical reality, that's why seven would be a foundational number.
Yeah, you explaining the Kabbalah.
Yeah.
I got you. All right, so with that being said, right, those elements, and I can actually use a different concept to corroborate what you're saying. From my perspective, the perspective of that I know of is that everything was created using four elements, and using those four elements established what we call Earth or man, because it has above, so below. So using that concept of the four elements, you got fire,
Hmm.
air, earth, and water. Some people view it as tetragrammaton. I don't subscribe to anything that's not in the original language, so we're gonna skip that. But the fact that you have four elements, and each one of those elements have a symbol. They not only have a symbol, they have a name. They not only have a name, but they have the word I want to say, element attached to them. It's like a cycle. So you got yod in the tetragrammaton, the first symbol, which some of us was because it begins with the letter Y in English, we'll just say it's a Y.
Hmm.
Yod is fire. So in this tetragrammaton, fire comes first. But remember, I said everything is in cycles. So with Yod being first in this concept, the next one would be air. The word for
Hmm.
air is bari or berea. And then you have the word for water, which we know gas becomes fluid, but it has to go through stages. It's a gas, then it's a fluid, then it's a solid. Without getting further into it, there's other stages, but I'm gonna stick to those three. So you're going
Hmm.
from the gas to the water, and then from the water to the solid. The solid being earth, but the water is called uh, Yetzirah.
Hmm.
That's one definition for it. Or you could say in the form of Yad Hey Vav Hey, the first Hey would be the air, and the second Hey would be the earth. You get what I'm saying? But it's a cycle. So after you have the earth has to go back to fire. It's a circle. It's a cycle, a infinite cycle. This is when you start adding the other letters and numbers and stuff. So you got the number eight. Eight represents infinity. You know what I'm saying? It's a continuous curve that overlaps itself. So that's constant. It never stops. It just keeps going, representing the completion of that circle. So that would be what I would consider, based on what you said, the sixth element. And then we move on to the next element. From that hay, you go back to the fire. When you go back to the fire, that becomes the seventh element, the beginning of the process all over again. The Hebrew words for those four that I mentioned, the first
Hmm.
one would be Atziluf. Then you got Berea. Then you have Yetzirah. And the final one will be called Asiya, which in our native tongues, after we used Asiya, it became Asia. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So depending on the dialect or language that you're learning the information in, will determine what concept you're going with. But it's all talking about the same thing. The seven versus the three versus the four versus the five versus the six versus the eight. They all equal up to zero at the end, which is the beginning of the process all over again. So yeah, I figured I'd just throw that in there.
Hmm. Yeah.
I found out I was on to something when they came out with the movie Terminator. It was a portion of the movie, the original one, where this was right before John Connor's dad took into Sarah before they created John. He told her what his intent was, but because she was so much in fear for her life, she trusted him, not knowing that all she had to do was reject him, and the future would have never happened the way it did. That's a part of what we call alchemy, taking the things that's given to you and creating gold.
Hmm.
Why you telling all the secrets, Sheik? Why? I'm gonna tell the Mason. I'm gonna tell the Moors on you.
Tell them to come see me too. You stay against me. You don't want to be against me. I mean, but no, thanks for bringing me back to where I'm at, reminding me where I'm at. What I'm doing is I'm just releasing the downloads that I'm receiving, and I haven't, even though I've been doing this for a while, I haven't learned how to cut them off. Somebody got to stop me. Because if you don't, I'm going to keep
Yeah.
going.
The perfect numbers. The perfect numbers are 1, 2, 3, 7, 5, 12, and 10. But all other numbers are like transitional, which was a result of the perfect numbers combined.
Prime numbers, I got you.
Yeah.
You can't break them down no further.
Huh?
Just like the primary colors.
Yeah.
He said you can't
I
break
mean,
them down
we
any
know,
further.
we know.
That's what he said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like
We know that one is the
how do you
number of
get seven?
divinity. We know one is the number of divine unity, which is the beginning and end of all things. We know two is the number of equality or duality, which is soulmates, which is man and woman. Three is the number of reality and manifestation, called the Holy Trinity, the doer, the deed, and the action. And then we know the origin of the other numbers,
Right.
but all numbers lead to the most sacred of all numbers, which is the 1,000,000,008,000,000, and the number of the gods in the universe.
So 1,000,000,008,000,000. 1,000,008
1,000,000,008,000,000.
or 1,000,008,000,000. Gotcha.
Yeah, 1,000,008,000,000.
Well, I'm
The
seeing
1,000,000,000.
so in
The
gematria
one
that's
billion.
9.
Huh?
I said in gematria that's 9.
The 1,000,008,000,000 gods are the creators of the universe, and we are the first gods and the original people. The number 1,000,008,000,000 comes about in the following way. God's God begins as the divine unity of all black people. In the beginning, there were no non-black people. They were made much later from black people. thus begins as unity. Then the he or she divides and becomes two, represented by man and woman. From two, he or she becomes three, represented by man, woman, and child on a personal level, and by the highest holy trinity of elders, chiefs, and judges on the highest personal level. Also by the triad of the doer, deed, and action, or Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, Mother, Daughter, and Divine Life. And on the essential level, essential simply means how reality comes into being. It always comes into being in threes, or the trinity of doer, deed, and action.
Trinity of doers, deed, and action.
And yeah, and from these three, or trinity, God divides further and becomes seven,
Yeah,
which
Modi's
is
gonna. Oh, go ahead, Modi. Finish.
which is called the number of completion. And this also correlates back to what I was saying with like the seven universal elements. But all of it is a condensation of the mind. Like I think of it like magnets, like we both agree that everything is like reciprocal or cyclical. So there's never no such thing as a first element or, you know, last element. It's just in the linear sense where we think of reality having a beginning point, but it really actually doesn't. So like everything is a condensation of the mind or repeated cyclical manifestations. Like it's like when you think of a magnet, right? Like a magnet, like when you think of the magnetic force, the magnetic invisible force requires a physical object in order to manifest that field in the first place. So the solid object is responsible for the immaterial object. So they're like, bouncing off of each other. That's why when you hold two magnets together, they're like, concentrating a force, an invisible force with each other. So the seven is responsible for the one, and the one is responsible for the seven, the solid. But they're reciprocal. But most people get it twisted, thinking that, they're inseparable or I mean that they're separable, but they're inseparable.
Yeah, Modi, I'm
Which
gonna
is
need. Oh, you keep
huh.
pausing. I
Go
said I'm
ahead.
gonna need you to make a post about all this so I can remember it.
It's just like, for example, the number also belongs to all complete and perfect natural systems. For example, the seven colors of the rainbow, the seven tones of music, the seven openings in the human head, and so on. That's why seven is so like, it's like even in anime, they kind of show this in like Naruto when they talk about the seven inner gates. Like,
Yeah, bro, Sheik, the seven balls in Dragon Ball Z. My brother, come on now.
I literally was typing it as you were saying it. They
yeah,
all correlate. 7 continents.
right.
I mean, I have that debate with people all day, but that's mundane. There's literally only 5 continents.
Well, it was
Look,
more continents because they sunk.
well, here, there was more where we're at. I'm just
Yeah,
saying where
now.
we're at on the map. This 5 continents. Europe and
Mhm.
Asia are combined, and North and South America are combined.
So if you had Lumeria and Lumeria and Atlantis, that would have been
hmm
7.
Those
So
are
we
the 2
living in
that
an
were hidden.
incomplete state, huh?
Yeah, you're right. You said incomplete. That's because I think years ago on Superman,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I didn't notice this then when it came out, but as an adult, I figured it out. I think it was Superman 4.
Mm-hmm.
There was the whole thing was Lex Luthor was trying to create his own land, his own island, but he had to get rid of, or should I say, he had to break California away from the United States in order to
Mm,
form his new land, using the continent. I'm gonna just call it what it was. He used the crystal continent from the deep to
mm,
overtake California, to push it out the way to create his own island. So I'm
mm,
I'm viewing that as either Lemuria or Atlantis. Well, it probably would be Lemuria, reform or resurfacing. But they didn't call it that. Of course, it's just symbolic.
yeah, the land of Mu or the land of Atlantis. But from what I
Hmm.
learned, they only failed. Like these civilizations only collapsed because of people like uh purposefully deteriorated themselves from ancestral rituals, so they took on more technological, materialistic society, but it wasn't to a point where there were like wars amongst the people. It was more so people were, establishing a new type of initiatory cycle where people
Hmm.
deteriorated themselves to a point where they just like, less relied that they less relied on like rituals and spiritual innovation and connection, and more so to like technological means.
Yeah, well, they just start using their I'm gonna say their creation ability to create other things past, peace and harmony, so to speak, or staying within the lines of harmoniousness. They started creating other things, so it began a fall. It's like if you want a ladder and you climb all the way to the very top because you're about to paint a wall outside or something, and you get all the way to the top and then realize, damn, I left the paintbrush down there. I got the paint, but I left the paintbrush down at the bottom of the ladder. So now I got to slide all the way back down to get the paintbrush. But then when I get down there, I realize, wow, I missed the spot. Let me paint this first. Damn, I left the paint at the top of the ladder. And it becomes a never ending cycle of forget this, forget that. Because you
Yeah,
didn't stick to your normal routine of making sure your paintbrush was inside the paint can before you went up the ladder.
right. The art, I mean, the manifestation of self forgetfulness.
Hmm.
Yeah. But that's how the whole cycle started. But it was a divine choice.
Yeah, it was.
But from
Nothing
what I,
happens for accident.
huh?
Nothing happens for accident.
Yeah.
Talk with your mouth closed. Didn't show.
I'm stuffing gauze in my open holes in my mouth. So my apologies.
I'm about to eat
Then there's
too.
this, what is it? The
Yeah, I had
seven
oral
functions of
surgery.
the pyramids.
Mm.
Seven functions of the pyramids. Off the top of my head, I only can remember three, but I know the major one, of course, I know is transportation, symbolism for divine unity, and also resurrection.
Mm. Mhm.
And the other four, I forgot what they were. I think it was like power generation, power generator.
The pyramid is a symbolic manifestation of the human body. If you look at it from where you enter the Great Pyramid, it goes up. Like you're starting at the bottom, you go down into the deep, and by the time you finish traveling throughout the chambers, you find yourself at the top of the pyramid. Now, even though you come out the bottom of the pyramid, while you're within the pyramid, which is symbolic of the body, you reach that pinnacle. Now, if you remember in America, those pyramids didn't have the cap on it, but in Africa, they show caps. The cap, the very capstone of the pyramid is made of a different material than the pyramid itself. That's where the energy generation, the resurrection, uh, the enlightenment, so to speak, it all happens at the pinnacle. But you gotta go in the deeper you reach the pinnacle. And if you ever look at the inside structure of the pyramids, some of the pyramids that they show, they all mirror this exact pathway. Let's come in, go down, then go all the way up. It almost looks
Yeah,
like a square root symbol.
yeah. Power generator and distributor,
Hmm.
preservation, transportation, energy balance, prophecy, resurrection, and divine unity. That's what the seven functions.
Okay, I'll write that down.
A numerical base of 4 with a numerical value of face of 3.
I did that.
Yeah, so each one of the faces or points connect 4-point
I never
base,
looked at it like
3-point
that.
face, all
Mhm.
connected to an apex. But yeah, they said, like, I don't know if you've seen it earlier this year, but scientists claimed that they had like a radar scanner and they saw like Mesolithic structures underneath the pyramid, like columns and stuff.
Hmm. As if it was placed upon pillars.
Yeah.
And then you got the Bible verse. In a second, you got the Bible verse that says, uh, the earth. It said the establishment of the earth, the pillars that keep that what it said, the pillars that maintain its axis or maintain on its axis. What are pillars? We might look at them as columns. So the earth, which is the pyramid, had to be sustained on an axis. The axis has to be established by, in linear terms, a x plane and a y plane, and it becomes the z plane. But I ain't lose you with that, did I?
Nah.
As far as graphs, they show you the x line and the y line.
I've been lost.
Yeah.
That's all right. We gonna all come back together eventually. But this is just a seed being planted from both of us. When you get a chance to watch the recording, something that we said is probably going to ring a bell or spark and make you do a little further research.
No, I'm gonna have to just re-listen to this because I'm a little busy cooking and taking showers and shit. But I'm listening.
Hmm.
Downloads. You ever hear the story of the prophet and the Sphinx?
Uh-uh.
They say the prophet he entered the Great Pyramid of Giza, and he stayed in there for 40 days. I'm gonna say 40 days and 40 nights. When he emerged from the deep, he found himself beneath the feet of the lion, aka Judah. I'm gonna use Judah for the time being. But he found himself beneath the legs of the lion. And we know that the Sphinx is supposed to be a lion with a man's head. It's supposed to represent the carnality of man being conquered by the divinity of man, meaning his head or his thought. His thought conquered the carnal version of his body. And that's why he's at rest. But the prophet has to go through all walks of life. He has to go through his lowest depths to reach his highest height. So by him coming out of the pathway that he took into the pyramid, he actually came out of the Sphinx. Hence the prophet and the Sphinx.
Hmm.
Is the Sphinx attributed to his lower self, like our animalistic self?
Absolutely. But it's to symbolize how much more of the carnality of man than there is the sanity of man or the higher self of man being his thought. His entire body is an animal, but his mind is as small as it is compared to the rest of his body has conquered that carnality. So he's at rest. He's not out here, he's not out in the desert trying to knock the pyramids down or unalive people. He's at rest. So that means he's subdued. And the prophet's going through. It'd be the same as like going through your rites of passage through tribal rituals. Or let's even use the movie Black Panther. He ate the flower, went to sleep. He ran into the ancestors. They gave him some information, and then he came back to the physical plane. But he came back stronger, not just physically, but in the mind.
Yeah.
It was a conquering of his lower self that made that happen.
Yeah, that's a real ritual that's still practiced.
Yep. We actually do it every night, but that's for another day. We do it every night without realizing it.
But yeah, I also interpreted the Sphinx also as like, the lion also being a representative of like king or, what is it? Courageous courage. Uh Kind of like I was thinking about like the Wizard of Oz, how the lion, which was, completely opposite of its true nature, but really actually being already a part of his highest point of what the lion is actually known for. So I think you could also still say that's the carnality of it, the king, the courageous.
Right. The part where I said it was subdue the higher self or the divine self is the fact that how small the head is of a man when this figurine compared to the rest of its body.
Hmm.
Like to say, you got more up against your higher self than the lower self has up against it. But your higher
Yeah,
self is going to be that much stronger because of how small it is.
yeah. You can kind of think of it
The
like
cowardly
atoms.
lion. You say atoms? Yeah, precisely. That's actually where I was going with it. You got your protons, your electrons, and your neutrons. Out of those three, which one is the smallest? A lot of people never even pay attention to the fact that there is a smaller particle in all three of those. It's the particles that hold them together. They gave a name to them. They call them nanoparticles. But
That's
then
what
because
confuses
this
people
isn't,
too with all these rewritings of names and labels when it's really talking about the universal elements,
mhm,
the elements that
on
we
a,
know.
on a microscopic level.
Like it's an infinite. I kind of looked at it as just like they're all like blended forms of like, the universal elements, and they're just infinitely within each other in a repeating cycle. Like the smallest, like let's say electrons are electricity, and they're just, infinitely within itself, finding the same smaller particles within itself. But that's when they find it and they be like, oh, well, you know, we find this other particle that's combined with other particles that are some of the same particles. So we rename the same particles into another particle instead of just like giving us the ones that are blended together. We just come up with a whole new name. But that's how I feel about DNA tests too, because they like when they do like, oh, West Eurasian, that's not African, or that's not like this, so we gonna call it non-African. West Eurasian is out of Africa, although according to them, like these populations were still divergent from Africa, and just because they moved out of Africa, now they're different from the later Africans. So we can't call it African related. So it's just like, this infinite reductionist labeling.
We're gonna call it the Middle East because it's in the middle of Europe and Africa. No, I'll compare it to like the reductionist kind of thing that you were talking about. How mathematics, right? How complicated mathematics can get. From I don't know. I think the highest math I took was statistics, and I struggled with math a lot growing up. I was in like special ed in elementary, middle school because I didn't know how to speak English
I was too.
until like high school, like sophomore year. I started really grasping the English language, and then but math was always still hard. Math was really, really hard for me. But now that I'm thinking about it, it's like we do mathematical things like within our culture, like music and like rhythm and things that have a mathematical equation tied to it, and it's within us. Even like the way you like we do cornrows on hair, like all our hair braiding and stuff like that. That's very, very calculated and very, very natural. And how like they just make it so abstract for us that we can't relate it to ourselves. And so that's the key that they have to do to.
And they do this with language as well. Book, shook, fluke. No. How do you seen that? That's not how you say that. How can that possibly be? But it looked just like the same thing.
Well, that's wordplay, and that's sorcery,
Yeah, but that's the same kind of like attitude with like reductionism. They just say, nah, because of this inside of that makes it this instead of that. And now that the definition changed, that's not what it means in this, because that's not what we mean by that,
Yeah, and then they're like, dummy. Then they want to get all offensive and shit.
Because most general like people, when they think of definitions and meanings, they mostly think of the general consensus of those meanings. But even then, like when you get the scientific meaning of it and you really contemplate it, like if you think for yourself, you'll be like, well, how does this even really make sense to begin with? Oh, you cannot question it because you wasn't in school for it.
You didn't get them degrees, bro. You're not at that high level degree, that indoctrination degree.
But as the quick, you actually just hit the nail on the head. You said the indoctrination degree. You might have a higher degree, but it doesn't fit the narrative. So yeah, you don't know about the indoctrination. You're lying. But that's not true.
Yeah.
And hence these TikTok panels.
Reductionism. That's just like, whenever you want to argue against the Big Bang and they tell you that it started from infinite heat and density. And I'm like, well, how did they get the heat to come somewhere? Like, was there fire? Was there a star? Where did the heat come from? And they're like, no. Well, we're not talking about actual heat, and we're not talking about an object that's dense, because whenever you think of density, you're thinking of an actual mass, no, this is an equation,
Right. Or even the biggest thing. I know people that live in Alaska and used to live in Alaska. They came back to the landlocked states a couple years ago, but they grew up out there. And I was always curious about, them having 30 days a night and 30 days a day during the summer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked them, I was like, well, what is the highest temperature y'all get there? I'm thinking he was gonna say like 50 or 60 or something like that. He said, there's some days where the temperature can get up to like 80 or 90 degrees. I
Mm,
said, you're shitting me. You pulling my leg. There's no way. Not when you're so far away from the equator or from the tropics of Cancer or Capricorn. You're not going to sit here and tell me after everything I've been taught about the distance from the equator having an effect on the climate that people up in Alaska, which is so close to the damn North Pole, is a hiccup. You're telling me that they get 80 to 90 degree weather? He said, yeah. And sometimes it's for like 3 or 4 days. So they have heat waves up there. The problem is the land has been permafrost so long that it never gets a chance to fully melt before the temperature drops again. So those 30 days of sun that they get is not enough of the concentrated sunlight being hit against the ice to melt it, but it's hot enough to warm up the atmosphere around the people, which we know the atmosphere is a made up word. They replaced atmosphere for the word ether. That's
mm.
literally what the air is, ether.
Cook, hook, spook. How can that possibly be spook?
It says spook.
That's spook. I'm like,
Yeah, you making that up. All right, well, let me show you where I get the concept of. And I actually have a picture. I'm looking for it now. I have an actual picture of this periodic table showing the element of ether. It was the very
mm,
last element before they started
yeah.
adding all these extra elements. But you know, I save that for when somebody try to hit me with the let me see it. I don't believe it. I'm gonna show you. Because just because you're not privy to it don't mean it don't exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a concept that somebody mentioned, and then you went and did the research, and you either confirm it or you disprove it. Some things will get proven, and people cognitively dissonant. They're so cognitively dissonant that even if the truth is staring in their face, they want to hold on to the bald faced lie. Like some of the people here in America are with this term ELK and white and all that. I don't care what you subscribe to. The past, present, and future always define each other simultaneously. So you got the opportunity to change all three of
Mm, hmm.
them. Yup.
Read, read,
Just read. In Arabic, it's ikara.
read, and
It's,
read.
then you go to English language. How am I supposed to know what the difference is if I'm just looking at the word? Context. If you read, you'll know what you read.
What is this? Some kind of sick joke?
Exactly. You're just fucking around with me. No, I'm not. I'm actually educating you if you're paying attention.
Yeah, I
What
just keep remembering that video. It was funny.
I like the video where the guy was like, I know that I know because when I told you I knew, you act like you didn't know, but I had to explain to you what it was you knew so you can know what I knew in a way that you'll know it so that we'll further in the future know exactly what we know and you don't know. Wait, didn't you just say I know?
Yeah.
It just kept going on and on and on and on.
And you think that's why in ancient times we focus more on symbols and pictures than we did, because like a picture can tell 1,000 words. And so the words, like these letters that we are getting, are just like the micro of the macro. And so they said you had to be in a certain mindset to see these hieroglyphs
Hieroglyphs, yeah.
yeah, the way like this one dude was talking about taking mushrooms, or no, he's not taking mushrooms, but like being in darkness for I don't know how many days to the point where he could see in darkness, and like something about his like third eye awakening, and how the once you saw the hieroglyphs like that, they will come out of the wall and tell their story. I was like, whoa.
Well, did you ever see? I think the movie is The Mummy, or maybe no, it's The Scorpion King. That's what it was. The third installment of the Mummy series with The Rock, Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Did you ever see it?
Yeah, I seen
Yeah.
it.
They had this portion in the movie where the hieroglyphs that was on the inside of the cave they were in, It was something that he did, some kind of chanting that the oracle did that caused some of the hieroglyphs to, like you said, jump out of the wall. But the specific ones that jumped out of the wall were the ones that were telling the story. The rest of them around it were just there to throw you off. They had no significant meaning at all. But she had to perform this ritual in order for the ones that were important to stand out. That's literally like it's a ritual. You going into complete darkness for 3 or 4 days straight without a sound. So now all you got to feed off of is your brain or your internalness. And by the time you come out of that darkness, all that you need to see will jump out from what's already there. I experienced this for myself. I got knocked out. Playing around with my sister, she dropped me on my head, and I was concussed for the time that I was asleep, which would have been like 3 or 4 hours. I lived damn near 5 years of my life, and I was able to explain everything that I experienced within that 3 hours as if it was 5 years of my life. My mom was like, "Oh, that didn't happen in no 3 hours," but they still couldn't understand how I was able to explain everything that I seen while I was asleep because they weren't on the same plane as me at the time. You see what I'm saying? It literally takes darkness for you to see the light. If you never see anything dark, you won't realize that you're staring at the light. So yeah, it got to jump out at you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna send it to you because you probably end up using this on one of your prompts. One of them says it's a picture that has two people pointing at this symbol on the ground. I'm gonna just call it that. It says one of them is pointing at it, the other one is pointing at it from the opposite side. But they have bubbles up above them where speech bubbles. The one on the left side says it's a 9, and the one on the right side says it's a 6. The question of the picture is who's right? As you look at the symbol, whatever symbol it is, it's sideways. So depending on which perspective you're looking at it from, they're both right. But then when you're looking at it from the side, automatically, because of what we've been indoctrinated that these symbols are supposed to look like, the number 6 and the number 9, automatically you'll come to a consensus that that's not a 6 or a 9. But you would have to be in a different seat, meaning not near one of their positions to see that it's not a 6 or a 9. You kind of get what I'm saying? I'm gonna show it to you, but do you get what I'm explaining?
Yeah, I've seen other pictures like the art illusions where you see like an old lady or you see something else, just depending on how you're looking at it.
Yeah.
And then it reminds me also of like quantum physics, where the nano particles, I forget, like they're invisible in a certain observational point of view, but that you can see them, and it just depends on your perspective. And then I was thinking about that book called Magic Eye. I don't know if you've ever seen it. They're like, we get it when we're kids at school. It's like it's like a collage of pictures, but it looks like a blurry thing. It doesn't make out anything, but you have to get closer to the book and kind of cross your eyes. And then you move back from the book, and a 3D image pops out of a 2-plane surface level. And it pops up at you, but you couldn't see it unless you did this unless you saw it from this unique perspective. And they gave you directions how to make it pop out. So something about our eyes have to adjust to some, I don't know. It's magic. Like for the naked eye, it's magic, but you literally see a different dimension or a different. You guys know what I'm talking about with the book, with the thing that pops out?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, what is that? The optical, what is it? What are those books called? I don't know. Yeah, but anyways, just to show you how there is some other shit out there. It's just we're not in tune with it, or we're not looking at it the right way. Let's just put it like that. So that's what I'm saying with the hieroglyphs too, hieroglyphs, that it's something that we need to unlock or something.
They call stereograms.
What
They
is
call them stereograms.
that book? or what the eyes? What the eyes are doing?
Yeah, well, they're saying that's what the name of what you're looking at is called, a stereogram. Just like you have a diagram, they call it a stereogram because it's literally a two dimension picture or 2-dimensional surface that's showing you something in a 3-dimensional perception or perspective.
Right, right.
Our eyes are, a lot of people don't know this. Our eyes are 3D, but we can only conceptualize the 2D. We're a part of the third dimension, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
So like we see things linearly with these eyes. But if only you knew that the one eye that you use the least, or the one eye that you're less conscious of using, sees it all. And I'm skipping the 3D, it's all the way into 5, 6, 7, 10, damn near 20D. You see everything from that one eye, and then you see what's left from the two eyes. But the eyes aren't actually receiving, they're projecting. You see what I'm saying? We've been taught that the eye receiving light, and that's how we see images. No, the eye is projecting what we see. These eyes are literally little view masters. I know you know what a view master is.
I don't. I'm younger than you, Sheik.
They still exist, so I know you've seen them.
A view master.
They used to use view master. They used to use microfiche. You know what that is?
No.
Never heard of microfiche? It's basically like slide projections.
Okay.
The old film.
Movie? The old film. Yeah.
Yeah, that's microfiche. We think it's called film, but it's the usage of it that makes it film. But the actual thing is called microfiche. Sometimes you might have a slide projector where you put it on. We used to have these old machines that shoot light out, and it's a clear piece of paper basically, or a clear screen with writing on it, and you stick it on top of this machine, and it projects whatever you got on that clear screen on the wall or wherever the eye is pointing or facing. That eye is how we view things. We're projecting what we see, not receiving what we see. The brain is creating the image and then shooting it out there for those eyes to see.
And it's
Or should
actually,
I say for that third eye to see?
yeah. And isn't it like coming in backwards or like upside down, and we put it upright side or
Yeah,
whatever?
reverted.
Yeah, we revert it. And then
So
here's
just like when you're looking in the
Mhm.
mirror, Robs, you're not looking at you. You're looking at a perception or image that your eyes put into the mirror, which is the exact reversion of you. It's not you.
Right. You know, it's funny that you were saying the third eye stuff
I'm
because,
back.
oh, Modi, you missed the main arc. You missed some good key facts. But we're talking about remember we were talking about hieroglyphs, and then we're talking about third eye now and stereo, and we were talking about the magic eye and what'd you call it? What'd you call it, Sheik?
Viewmaster.
Viewmaster and the stereo what?
Stereogram.
Stereogram. Okay. And then we were talking about how the like how you look at yourself in the video. In the mirror is like a reflection, an inverted reflection, but it's not you. It's a projection. Okay, so we're going off that. So we know some humans their third eye atrophies because they don't feed it what it needs, or that some just are born with an atrophied third eye, their pineal gland. And then I was gonna say, in reptiles, they were actually able to look at their third eye, and it has everything that an eye has. It has like ours is still kind of like undeveloped, or I really don't know, but like
Calcified.
in a reptile, it actually has a cornea, a retina. It has everything that an eye has. So that's why they're so quick and so agile and so like they can see in the dark. I don't know, all this crazy stuff. So I just wanted to add that. So I have to research it a little bit more.
Yes.
Interesting
This
perspective.
part what blew my mind is the fact that what we call the third eye is actually the first eye. The one and only eye. We never see. This is going back to what I was saying while he was gone. The two eyes that we think we're looking at things with never see anything because they're not made for us to receive information. It's made for us to project what we see. So just think about like certain video games where you'll have prime example, Shang Tsung from Mortal Kombat. Shang Tsung in his normal form, he looks like a regular human, just got gray beard, gray hair, whatever, tied up in a ponytail, and he just regularly fighting. But when he takes on his actual form, his eyes go missing. They become light. Do you think he's seeing anything through that light? Or is he projecting what we see? That's literally how we see things. We're shooting light out of our eyes. But it's at such a low frequency because we're supposed to be high vibrational beings, but we've become low vibrational beings. So things have slowed down. We can't see it how fast it's moving. We just catch glimpses of it as it happens. So it's not these two eyes that we're seeing it with. That pineal gland that most of us are born having calcified, it never fully develops or it never gets to its potential. So you never actually see with that eye. You're forced to actually accept the illusion or accept the perception that your eye is giving out. But once you start strengthening that third eye, and I'm so-called third eye, I've just recently learned a quick way to do it. People think you gotta take certain vitamins, eat certain foods, remove stuff out your life. You don't even gotta do all that. You literally gotta focus those two eyes up and in, if that makes sense. So instead of just they tell you to look to the sky or almost make your eyes cross each other if you look straight up. And they had you stop there. No, once you get to that point where your eyes look like they're pointing in the same direction when somebody else is looking at you, then you look in. So now you're actually trying to look at the pineal gland with these two eyes. During that process, you start getting a tingling in the third eye. So now it's awakening. And if you stare hard enough and long enough while breathing the correct way, you'll start seeing things from that eye. Even though you're looking up into your head, you'll start seeing your surroundings and everything just by focusing on that eye. And I bear witness to it. It works. That's what made me realize that it's the eyes that's projecting, not receiving.
That's deep, Sheik. That's deep.
Oh, now I hope they don't shut your live down because
No, what was I gonna say? I had a similar experience, but it was weird. It was totally weird. But I did kind of do what you were kind of saying, maybe not in that exact same order or something, but something where I just and I knew I was awake too, but stuff started shifting and started moving like crazy, and I had to open my eyes. Like I fucked up and opened my eyes and stopped the whole process from it felt like some kundalini shit, like rising or some shit. But but I knew I was afraid of it. I was afraid of it, bro. And I cut it like midway. Like I know there was like a peak to that shit, but I don't know what I was going through or what. And then I remember I didn't eat all day, or I hadn't eaten since the day before. I hadn't eaten either. Like I was almost fasting, but not not intentionally. But I don't know. It was a combination of things. But
what did Master Yoda say? You are not ready. You deal in fear.
Oh, and then so I wanted to say, all the people that don't deal with that third eye are just projecting about what they see, and can judge you and can look at you and be like, you're this, or you look like this, you look like a black person, you look like this, you look like you're poor, you look like you're wealthy, you look like a good human being, you look like a bad, everything that our eyes perceive are just projections, and they're not the truth. And then people on a higher vibrational level, even though they don't consciously know they're seeing through that eye, they probably are, But I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying now. But you remember that one kid that was blind and can do the echoes? He'd be doing the click noises, and he could see while he was blind by just emitting the little echo. Like, remember the African click noises that they'd be doing?
Yeah.
But he was a black American, and he was blind, but he found out a way so he could see, and he would do these clicks, almost kind of almost mirroring what like African tribes do with their language. And he literally like was talking about how he could see the echo bouncing off of like things, so he could always walk around stuff. He could see without having to see. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's a movie called Daredevil with Ben Affleck.
Nah, this one's in reality. This is a black American kid.
I know.
Okay.
I was just saying the movie.
Okay.
The movie actually depicts what you're talking about.
True. Okay. Gotcha. Daredevil.
I was like, how the hell did he see? How you gonna be a superhero? He can't see because he can see internally.
Right.
I get exactly what you're saying. I gotta look up that story you saying about the so-called Black American.
Yeah, I'll show it to you. I think
I'll check that out.
His name is Billy Bob.
What a name.
Billy Ray Johnson.
That's a black American name right there.
He said his name Billy Bob. All right, I'm gonna check this out.
I forgot his name. You found it?
I'm looking at.
What's up, Isaac? Hey, we're way off a topic, okay? And I know it's Sheik again, so take it easy on my guy.
I'm always a very pleasant guy in person.
I know. I know a lot of things were just brewing that day, but that's why everybody gets their little, chance to talk. But that's why I told him to leave that day, because we were up in the mode. We were here for smoke. Feel me?
Yeah. But I just
He was close. Oh, my bad.
Oh, it's okay. But I just want to address the whole FBA.
Oh yeah, his name is Ben Underwood.
Hold on, Isaac. They're trying to figure out this name real quick, and then I'll let you elaborate. What was that, Moody?
Ben Underwood, that's his name.
That's the name of the kid with the clicks?
Yeah, the one who was riding a bicycle, who was like blind.
Right, that kid. And then what were you saying, Sheik?
Yeah, I was saying the same thing. I did see it, but I didn't remember the name. His name was Ben Underwood.
Yeah.
What was the other name you just said, though, Modi? I thought that was his name.
You said Billy Bob.
Who is that?
No, I was just kidding.
Oh,
Nobody could think of the
You're just
name.
joking? All right.
Nobody
Billy
could
Bob
think of the name.
Thornton? All right.
Billy Bob Thornton.
All right,
Bad
Isaac.
singing.
All right, Isaac. You can come on if you want to speak on the prompt. I just want to. We were just getting off another conversation.
But yeah, I just want to address the prompt with the whole FBA thing. I mean, and people who claim that they are of mostly or majority indigenous ancestry, even though they have huge African features. Now, I just want to say this. I am not attacking anybody, any African American who acknowledges their African ancestry. But many of these FBAs who claim to delineate and claim that black only applies in the U.S. I mean, honestly, they should really visit South America more often. Honestly, if they haven't been there, they should really go to South America. Starting off with Brazil. I mean, Brazil, almost everybody there who's black knows their ancestors came from Africa. I mean, if every African immigrant immigrated to Brazil instead of the U.S., honestly, they're both either. By the end of the day, we're all going to be black one way or another. There's no way around it. And so they have to understand that black doesn't simply apply to only the U.S. And I don't know. And honestly, OB on his live, he asked, how much longer is this so-called delineation going to happen? Like, if you want to not claim that you're of African descent, please, by all means, don't do so. Please, by all means, delineate. Form your own group. I mean, have you ever seen any claims of any FBAs on these lives having any formal demand for reparations. But no, they get on these African panels. I mean, most of us, I mean, a good amount of us, we don't even go into FBA panels because we know what's going to happen when we go there. We get muted, we get unbiased, and we get dropped. It's simple. And then when they come they come on our panels, they throw around their xenophobic hatred all over. And honestly, I mean, if you're going to delineate, don't associate yourself with your so-called enemy. I mean, honestly, these people, they make no sense. Honestly, I don't understand. I mean, if these FBAs want to delineate, that's fine by me. Just speed it up and stay off African panels. As simple as that. I mean, my parents taught me if you don't like someone or they don't like you, don't go near the person. Don't go near anything remotely related to the person. As simple as that. It's simple things that our parents have taught us. It's simple. It's sad that they forgot these basic manners. Honestly.
No, I agree. I totally agree. But I will add this: being somebody who was raised up in the mind frame that I was, I always knew it was something different about our people compared to what they was teaching us. Because I have my family teaching me one way, right? But my friends around me were always at odds with the things that I was saying because once again, general consensus, we all came over here on boats. Our ancestors came over here on ships. But I was always one of them people that's like, well, where the hell is the ships? They say they got everything in the Smithsonian but the boats that prove that that's where we came from. No, you just got to believe it because that's what they teach you. All right, no problem. The issue that I had was coming up because I knew what I knew. And I also knew that a lot of my people didn't know what they knew. Once this information gets revealed to the average person, they're pissed off that they got deceived. So their aggression or their reaction to it is what you're seeing now with the FBAs. A lot of them that's just clinging on to this ideology of being foundational Black American are pissed off that all this time they was taught that they was from Africa. The ones who claim that they know that their lineage, like me, for instance, I don't subscribe to being a foundational Black American, but I know that my family has roots here in America, period. You know what I'm saying? It took for me to do the research on my own to prove my own ideology. But a lot of them won't do the research. Vob said earlier that they'll start learning about specific African countries or African nations so they can use it as fuel for the fire. Not so, and in the midst of it, they end up getting educated about something they didn't know before. But it's only for the purpose of being able to have a talking point or argument point. Me, on the other hand, because I know that there's diverse mentalities in this world, I do the research so I can protect myself on what I stand on. Not so I can start being how you are or thinking how you are. No, it makes me fortify what I already know. You know what I'm saying? The easiest way to explain what I'm saying is when I get on a panel and people see my flags, the first thing they want to assume is what they think they know about Moor or Moroccan or whatever. But then when I try to explain to them where I get my lineage or where I get my concept from, they don't want to hear it. They want to stick to what they think they know. Because as soon as they're being disproved, now they got to go do some more work and some more research. And don't nobody want to do that for real. They just want to be comfortable with what they already have. You know what I'm saying? So it's easy to say all people in the United States of America that have brown skin are Black. But then you want to have the FBA saying, well, that's not true because you got people that came over here on boats from Jamaica. You got people that came over here on boats from all these different Caribbean islands and from over in Africa. When everybody genuinely, consensually say that people that came from those islands, their ancestors came from Africa. You're saying you're just Black American, so Black American is separate from Africa. How does that make you separate from Africa but not everybody else? You get what I'm saying? What makes you so special because you here in America? Oh, because we've been the ones enslaved since for 400 years. Come on, none of them went to school and learned math. The nation is only 250 years old.
I know. I always bring this point up to these people, and they always think the term African. I'm sorry if I interrupt your point.
Oh, you good?
I'll make this real quick. I'm not saying that African American was the term African American was a term that was just invented in 1980 or in the 1980s. I mean, if you do the research, it really does go back to like what, as early as 1835, 1836, and even earlier when it was first mentioned in 1782 by in the sermons of Lord Cornwallis. I mean, I don't know why they think the term African American itself is a new term. And I just want to get, and I'm not disputing what you say. I mean, obviously, people lie. I mean, we can search up the facts where people lie, but I just want to bring up the fact. You have to really understand that the slave trade, it existed. Can we all agree on that? It existed, and it did reach the Americas, and they always and FBAs they always bring up the point that only 300,000 slaves were brought to America to the United States. We also have to remember that, like Brazil, I mean, slave masters literally forced their and I'm not saying it as a bad thing, but it is history. It is what it is. That slaves in the U.S. were literally forced by their masters, their white oppressors, their white slave masters, to have multiple children for their own labor on their plantations. And it's a simple fact. It's the stone hard cold truth of history. I mean, I can't rephrase it any other way. I honestly can't. It's disgusting, yes, but it's just a fact. That's where the huge numbers came from. That's honestly where.
Yeah, I agree to an extent, only because I'm actually a constitutionalist, and I know that what I mean by being a constitutionalist is that no matter what situation is presented before me, I'm going to look through the Constitution and its amendments to find out what law governed that event. And I heard you say that it's we can agree that the slave owners or the plantation owners forced their slaves to procreate so they can have more laborship on their plantations, right? History
Yes.
actually has annals and records showing that there were less breeding plantations than we think. Can you I want you to do a quick search if you can. There were, with all the plantations that did exist during this time frame, there were only one or two in each state that were for breeding. The rest of them were just continuously labor. We can't say that all the plantations were forcing their slaves to breed, because through the even the writings of some of those plantation owners and some of the laws that were passed during that time, general consensus is, if that was the case, then those people that were using those their property as rights to vote or to get delegates during the elections, those 3/5 of people that they had would have, if they had so many of them, would have added up to enough one people, or should I say 4 5/5 people, so they would have had the representation. The people in the South didn't. And when we can all agree, even through just using the history book, that's what started the Civil War. The people in the South didn't have representation in the Union because they didn't have enough delegates. They didn't have enough delegates because they had more slaves than they had citizens. But those slaves, they didn't all get born here. Some of them were naturally here. Even with what you just explained, they had breeding plantations. So now those people that's being bred here in America are no longer Africans. They're Americans. Now, this is where the FBA is getting that concept that they're foundational, because they're the second generation African descendants from those slaves. I don't agree with it, but that's where they're getting the idea that they're separate, or they should delineate from Africans, because they're no longer Africans. Their mother and father were born here in America. So in their mind, they're American. Now, whatever the people was being called, that's what made them decide to be called foundational Black Americans. But what if to this day they had us classified as Negro? Would that then make you a foundational Negro American? You see what I'm saying? This is the concept that they're following. But through annals of history, like you even said yourself, there are records of the people being referred to as African American. Maybe not in law, But in writings and literary senses, and the editors of newspapers and stuff like that and pamphlets, they might have called them African Americans, but they weren't collectively viewed in by law as African Americans during that time. You were either Negro, Indian, or you was white. It was that simple. Then you had some Chinamen or some people from Korea. If you was mixed, they called you mulatto, mestizo, or mapuzo. Whatever words they used, they had different classifications for different types of people. But they
Based off
all got
the
grouped together
based off the one drop
off the
rule,
one drop rule.
quadroons,
Exactly.
and who knows what.
That's another thing. Quadroon. That shit burns me up even hearing the word referring to somebody as a quadroon. We all quadroons. We all have a mother and a father, and our mother and father have mothers and fathers. So if technically we can be called sex tunes. But the concept is, if you're going to run with the concept or the ideology, if you can't make it make sense in regular nature or in regular law, why follow it? Why allow it to be the truth in your mind? And it's because we're being made responsible for identifying the truth for real instead of just accepting the truth. So we really being challenged to go out here. Give you another example. They saved pieces of the Titanic, y'all. This boat came in like the early 1920s, right? This is after all this slavery and about Civil War and all that stuff. This is after that. But they saved a boat that had people that unalived on it. But they didn't save the boat that would prove the story behind all of us being born over here on boats. All you need is one. You don't need the whole fleet. They said that they brought over 3,000 ships in a 4-year period. Yeah, the math not mathing. It takes it takes up to 2 months to take a trip over the Atlantic Ocean in a boat. So if you able to get those 3,000 ships over the Atlantic Ocean back and forth within a 4-year period, you should have well over 11 million African Americans here in the United States. But they didn't have that at the time. The numbers were padded. They couldn't have. Now you have to understand why there was a division between Africans, Negroes, and Indians. This is so when taking census, when they had to account for all their property, they can easily manipulate the numbers. I got more Indians than I have Negroes. But the people that they're classifying as Indians at the time were not Indians. That's just what they called them. The people didn't call themselves Indians. You know what I'm saying? That's like the movie Apocalypto, where the father gave his son a name. The father and the mother named their son. But one of his generals kept calling him Almost. He would never call him by his name. He kept calling him Almost. That's disrespect, right? Calling me something other than what the name I was given by my parents. But he never changed it. Throughout the whole movie, he called him Almost. That's exactly what happened. I know who I am, but you're Kunta Kinte. Your name's Toby. I'm Aniuia. Your name's Negro. Matter of fact, you getting too comfortable with being Negro. Now I'm gonna call you Black. So we gonna change whole languages to identify you. I just went from Latin or from Spanish to English. Oh, okay, I'll accept the Black. I'll be Black. But you can't call me a Negro. How stupid does that sound? And that's not coming at nobody's neck. I'm just trying to give y'all an idea that somebody that has property ownership over you can name you. But the moment you stop being property is the moment you got the right to name yourself. So that's why you got all these people out here being called pretendians. Because those people that don't want to accept the fact that these people are free now in the mind and they're continued to be indoctrinated, they want you to continue to be indoctrinated. That's all.
I just want to point out another fact. Now, Mr. Sheikh, I'm not disputing what you just said. I agree with you again to an extent. With the whole, the reclassification, yes, I do. I agree with you to an extent. But we also have to understand. Okay, now tell me if this makes sense. If over Okay, say that if the French were able to bring so many African slaves to Haiti and automatically replace the entire indigenous population of the Taino, which were extinct on Hispaniola by that time, how? No. Tell me, how does it make? Which basically Haiti was a slave colony. How does it make America or black people in America indigenous? Now, I'm not saying all, but like those who claim that they are fully indigenous with no connection whatsoever to Africa. No, I know I'm seriously understanding. I'm seriously trying to understand that because in my country of Ghana, like if they claim that the so-called Siberians came over and took over their land and so on and so forth, I mean, my people, we were not the first ones in Ghana. We were like this. We were like the amongst the first people who migrated. We were amongst the second people who migrated there, and so we encountered the first people there, the Guans. The Guans and my people, we both have oral and archaeological evidence of us meeting each other. It's simply a fact. It's passed down. I myself know it. I mean, if you go to any Guan village or Guan city, they'll tell you that they were the first ones there and they met the Akans. I mean, like, come on. I don't understand what these people who claim that they're indigenous. I mean, like, they have to show some sort of evidence than just my grandmother said. My grandmother said. That's what I'm just saying.
All right, so I hear what you're saying. I can use the example of Haiti. I'm gonna get to it, but I'll use the example of Jamaica. The indigenous people of Jamaica are, I'm gonna say, generally scientifically and anthropologically proven to be what we call maroons, but they're actually Arawak, just like many of the other Caribbean island people, Taino and Arawak, right? The original, we talking about the indigenous people, not the people who was brought there on slave ships before it got colonized by Great Britain. We're talking about the indigenous people that was there when Great Britain got there. I heard you mention Haiti, and you said when they brought African slaves to Haiti, and that raised the red flag in my mind because I had to think to myself, do you not realize that the people who are in Haiti right now, they'll tell you that they've always been there. They'll tell you through oral tradition that they are Taino Arawak. That's their people. But through
Sir, but
colonization,
you,
and continuous
sir,
colonization and indoctrination, you got some people who will argue those people down like, no, we French. We come from French and African. That's it. But then there's a connection in America that a lot of people don't pay attention to. And that's the fact that we have the same language, which most people think comes from African and French. They call it in Haiti, they call it Creole. That's how it's pronounced, Creole. But Creole, that language existed here in America before it ever got foot over there in the Caribbean
can
islands.
you show me proof, sir?
So
I'm just asking.
you said,
No,
can I show you
how
proof?
is Creole? Yeah, like how is Creole in the U.S. If there's any
That's easy.
documentation or proof.
Just go, all you got to do is look up, and you can find this online because it's public record, the records of the Louisiana Purchase. People think that only Louisiana was purchased during the Louisiana Purchase. That's just the
Oh, I
name they
know it's
put on
not.
it. The Louisiana Purchase involved the entire empire being switched, the entire name of an empire being changed. So that language predates the people. Or should I say the people predate the language? The people in the Louisiana and Texas, Alabama area, we're being told that they was all Mexicans. No, they had their own name too. The people that we call Mexicans, that's not the original name of Mexico. Given to Mexico, it's a colony's name. So if we want to talk about what the original people are, we have to use their original name. Can't just go by what the colonizers call them. So the land of Haiti wasn't even called Haiti. It was called Hispaniola, right? By the conquistadors. But prior to that, that entire area was called something. Do you have any idea what that name was?
What
I
area
know
are
it
you
because
talking
I
about,
did the
sir?
research, but I'm talking about the Caribbean.
Oh, the
The
Caribbean. I don't
Caribbean
know I
islands.
didn't know the general name for the Caribbean. But
It was actually called IET. AYITI. That's what the people who consider themselves Haitian to this day, that's what they call their country, IET. That name predates Haiti, which is the French form of the word IET. But it predates the name that we see it as now. So the people, the language, the culture predates what we see now. Before French influence ever was involved, it was already there. But because of, once again, colonization and indoctrination, they teach us that Africans were brought to that island, and that's how the dark-skinned people got there. No, those so-called dark-skinned people were there. You came to the island and you colonized it. Why do you think everybody had to be brought from the continent of Africa that have dark skin for dark skin to be anywhere in the world? It's through indoctrination. When we can scientifically see that even that blood haplotype groups, the haplotype and the bloodlines, literally our blood is older than that. It's older than the ones that they come up with now. There's a guy that's floating around online right now from America who at one time they said he had the oldest blood type in the world, or the oldest bloodline in the world, because it didn't match back to those who they thought were older. Now they're trying to say that he's from Africa. They found a match from Cameroon, but
Albert
it took them
Perry.
damn near 30
Is
years
it
to
Albert
find this
Perry?
match. Yeah, it took them over 30 years to find somebody whose DNA matched his. But that don't mean that because they found that one person's DNA matches his, that his DNA still doesn't precede what they say it is today. Because that man that they found that match had children. And those people left Cameroon and created families in other nations.
They said 300,000 years ago with that.
Right. This what made them change what they thought was history. The oldest man is 6,000 years old. How? Well, his bloodline go back 300,000 years.
But you
Had to be
see
something
how
that predate what they have generally conceived.
he's still African, but he made over 300,000 years. I mean, could you be indigenous to another region if you migrated? That was a question I was
Fuck
asking
no.
another panel.
Yeah. There was a
Right.
great
How long does it
migration
take?
prior to what we have Homo sapiens sapien now. The Cro-Magnons did a migration. You know what I'm saying? The Homo habilis did a migration. Are we going to count that in? No, because they don't consider them people us. But they predate us. So let's go ask their opinion. I want to go find a Cro-Magnon man and ask him what they call themselves and where they originated at. Then we can stop all this damn debating because it don't matter. It ain't where you from, is where you at. Ain't that the statement? Where you at right now? That'll be the FBA's will think they win just because I said that. It ain't where you from, is where you at. No, because the laws is
Yeah.
telling you based
Don't
on
give
where
them
you're
that
from will
ammo.
determine who you are. No, they can't use it as ammo. They're going to reject it because them find out the truth. They don't want the truth. They just want to live the lie. I'm telling you, bro. They're going to have to actually do the work to prove that they're foundational. How you going to be foundational anything American when the name of the damn country wasn't America? Just make it make sense.
I agree with you
Make it make
wholeheartedly
sense,
on the
bro.
whole FBA thing. No, that's the problem with the whole FBA ideology. It really gets confusing. If you dig deeper, it really is confusing. Like, it makes no sense at all. They say one thing, but then they say another, and then they expect it to be in continuity. Like, come on. And then if you try to point
Yeah,
out their flaws, they really are biased. Like, they always attack you in groups of two or more. Like, if you try to debunk one of them, they always come in groups of two or more.
I mean, there's strength in numbers, but that don't mean the strength is good. You can
Yeah.
have bad strength.
Yeah, because I could be talking to a group of uneducated people. That's what I could be talking to. So it really doesn't matter how many numbers they come up with.
Here you go. Hence the group of 300. For a long time, those 300 men took out a lot of armies. I'm talking about tens of thousands according to history, right? But
Yeah.
what was their ultimate demise? Their ultimate demise was it was too many. We've been taking out tens and 20s of thousands of troops. We just took out 20,000 troops and they got another 100,000 on the way. What are we going to do? We all beaten and burned. We're gonna fight to the very end. So even though they knew their demise was coming, they didn't quit. Now you got people that's coming in groups and they bully you to the point where you like, you know what? I'm gonna just join them. I used to be a Hebrew Israelite, but now I think I'm an FBA now. Forget all the knowledge that I learned about the truth of the history. I'm just gonna go off FBA because we're trying to get reparations. They're gonna give us our money.
We want this check, right?
The funny thing is, like you said last night, Vibes, and I'm going forever advocate this. They're never gonna give us money because money don't exist. Land is what we need. We need rights to our land back. I don't give a fuck about the money. Because if I got the land, I can make you create developments on my land and pay me that way. You ain't got to give me a damn thing. Only what's owed to me, and that's my land.
Right.
Yep, that's where I stand with it. I know I'm not an Indian. Don't call me indigenous. I don't subscribe to none of that shit. I subscribe as a human being that knows the hell he talking about. Try somebody else. That's what I tell him. Try somebody else. My affiliation is for legal purposes. It has nothing to do with my identity because that's already been proven both ways. You can debate it all day. I keep this affiliation that I have because out of all the affiliations I've had, this is the only one still moving. Everybody else stagnant. You got funny story, right? A friend of mine, somebody that I cherish their words. They can tell me the sky is green and I'm looking at it and it's blue, and I'll say it could be a shade of aquamarine. You know what I mean? I'll bend it a little for them because they've always steered me in the right direction. But he subscribes to being a Hebrew Israelite, and he did that without me knowing. So when we separated for a couple years where I hadn't seen him, but then I ran back into him. I was fully garbed up. He was fully garbed up. It was the funniest interaction in the world because the people that was outside in the street when they saw us was confused as shit. Normally they see a Hebrew Israelite and a Moorish American, they ready to fight. They at odds. No, we embraced each other. We had a whole 25-minute conversation. And they're like, well, yo, how y'all not at each other's necks? Y'all don't even believe the same stuff. I was like, who told you that? So he said he gave what his belief was, I gave what mine was. And the one guy that was there he was totally confused. How the fuck did y'all manage to compromise this when y'all got two opposite beliefs? All it takes is a little listening to find out we saying the same thing. It's just who told us that makes it seem like it's different. You know what I'm saying? He subscribes fully to the Bible. I may particularly subscribe to the Holy Quran, but I still read the Bible. I still read the Torah so I can make sense of all three of them. He's like, no, in my religion, we only supposed to read the Bible because that's God's word. But then I read the Holy Quran, it tells me to read their words too. It says, hold on to their word because it was given to them before you. And they are the believers. They didn't say that they was right or wrong. It said they was believers. So let me read to see why Allah would tell me to read their information if it's not for me. Take the meat and leave the bones. Or should I say, take the bone and leave the marrow? You know what I mean? It's all there for you to pick through.
No, take the marrow, leave the bone. We can still
leave the bone, correct. So me and my friend, he gonna be my friend forever. Regardless of how we view things, because our view is the same. It's just from a different angle. You know what I mean? And people need to start learning that we don't have to have the exact same wording or the exact same concepts to have an agreement. I can agree that since you want to subscribe as a foundational Black American, that's fine. You can do that. But don't come at me because I won't sign your petition. Because I'm not promoting that bullshit that you promoting. Just like you won't come to a temple meeting with me because you don't subscribe to what I'm saying. I'm not going to hate you. The door is going to be open, just like the door should be open for me to come to the FBAs. And I will never step through that door. but as your brother, as your your counterpart, you should have no problem with leaving that door open if you really believe what you're saying. I don't know. It is what it is. I don't want to make it seem like I'm only geared towards coming to FBAs, but Vibes already know. I don't know if Isaac knows, but Vibes already know where I stand with this whole situation.
This is the whole extended version now. It's take the meat, leave the bone. But don't forget the bone marrow.
You got to take what's in the middle of the bone too, because you might leave something important, which
You
can
gotta
keep you
go.
alive.
Sheikh, I may not agree with you on everything as a man, as an individual, but I will agree with anybody who is against the FBA ideology and against the FBA xenophobia. Honestly,
Believe it or
But
not, that's how me and
but
Vibes met.
Isaac, how are we, and I agree with you, Isaac, to a certain extent, because like, how are we supposed to, if we know there are brothers and sisters at the end of the day and they're just misguided? How are we supposed to? I mean, we're at the borderline with Black Americans that keep saying they're Black Americans, but we know they're borderline FBA, and they're even scared at this point to say FBA because they know how they're going to be viewed.
you should know, bro. They don't have to say they're FBA. You can just tell by the way they talk. They don't have to announce anything. You can tell by the way they talk and the
Well,
way they
Isaac,
view
that's
themselves.
a hard one right there, bro. And I know what you mean because believe me, I've dealt with enough of them to know too. But even then, we still have to try to convince our brothers and sisters, leave the door open for them about what we think, and to invite them to Africa and to bring them into the fold. So there has to be a little wiggle room where you're gonna have to. We're not just doing this to. I don't know how to describe it to you. You know what I mean, Isaac? We're not. We have to be not. There's a limit, right? You have to draw the line in the sand somewhere, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we can't just put our blinders up and be like, if they say they're FBA, I ain't gonna fuck with them, because they might be a brother and sister that just found out about FBA and they think it's a cool movement that we're calling each other now, and they have no idea about the things that we know about. They just think that this is what Black people are calling each other. This is what I am. I'm Black too. I'm Black American. Why not call myself a foundational Black American? That's what we're doing right now. This is a revolution. So we have to have the discernment, and we have to try to give the brother a full picture, the brother or sister a full picture of what they're dealing with, what they're subscribing to. So that's our job. But
Vibes. I just want to say this. I agree in giving FBAs who are unfortunately unknowledgeable on many issues. We should give them the chance to come back and see the light, see the truth that they are not foundational to America. But you also have to understand one thing: if they are so stuck up and xenophobic in their ways, and they repeatedly come onto African panels and just
of course,
continue to spew that nonsense, we also have to realize not everybody can be saved. That is what Harriet Tubman would learn. Also, you can't save everybody. Some people don't even want to be saved.
Of course, Isaac. I definitely understand that.
We have to also have. I agree. We should have what you said in mind. But we should also have what I just said in mind.
What did you
Hey,
say? I didn't hear that last part. What's up, Sheik?
no, I was gonna say, a lot of us here in America, I'm not gonna be specific on who, but a lot of the people that look like me and you here in America, we have this thing, and I'm sure y'all heard of, that our grandma used to tell us we was part Indian. Or she'd say, I'm half Cherokee, or my grandma was full blood this or full blood that. And because of the indoctrination, we either rejected it or we embraced it and just kept it to ourselves. I have a sister. This is my older sister. She has a different father than me, but we have the same mother. We came from the same place. She has some of the best hair in the world. I'm talking about, as far as grain. She has some of the best hair in the world. Because of that indoctrination and,
Wait,
miseducation.
We'll go back a little bit, Sheik, because you muted up.
Well, I was saying that my sister, she has some of the best grain of hair in the world. Like, you could think of Rapunzel. My sister has hair better than Rapunzel's. But it's
when
only
you
because
say good hair, what do you mean? I
didn't say good. I said best.
Sorry. Okay, best. What do you mean?
I'm being real
What do you mean by
specific,
best
bro.
hair? Okay, thank you.
Best grade of hair. So what I mean by best grade of
Like
hair,
4C
easy,
hair.
easily managed.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? She don't have to put a whole bunch of chemicals, berries, and none of that stuff in her hair to be able to maintain her hair.
Sorry, Isaac.
I
I tried to
found
invite you back up, but it doesn't do that for me. Go ahead, Sheik. Sorry.
that's fine. So what happens is I tease her about it even to this day, because coming up, I used to notice, I used to recognize how her hair was different from everybody else's in the families, and it would never be explained to me. How I found out was that she actually showed me pictures of her dad's mother, her grandmother. Why are you enhancing it or thinking you're enhancing it by using somebody else's grade of hair? And this is something I had
Sheik,
to
you were
grow
cut
up on.
off. Sheik, you were cut off for a long time. Did you mute? Did you mute Sheik?
No, I think you know the task bar on your phone, it slid down by accident. So
Oh,
like
so
when
you
you
were
hit your
talking
notification bar,
for a full like 2 or 3 minutes, and I couldn't hear anything you were saying. Then
oh, that's crazy.
I know. I'm sorry,
Basically, I
Sheik.
was basically saying that my sister
I
would
left.
go
You
spend
left
money.
off. This is where you left off on. You left off. You talking about your sister's hair and how you found. You know how she didn't have to do berries or you know do all the things that someone would have to do to get that hair. And then you saw a picture of her grandmother, or you saw a
Huh?
picture of some family. That's where you left off, and you got muted, and you're muted again. You're teacupped again.
Listen, I didn't know that as soon as you touch anything on the phone while you on the panel, it goes on teacup. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I was
yeah. As soon as
swiping
you
the
get
screen
off
because I
this,
had a notification.
yeah. Can you still hear me though, Sheik?
Yeah, I heard everything you said. That's why I thought you was still hearing because I heard a response.
Nah, I don't. Everything's muted on your end. Yeah.
All right, you hear me now though?
Yeah, I definitely hear you now.
All right, so I'm gonna just I'm gonna go ahead and land it. But I was saying once I seen the picture of her grandmother compared to my grandmother, because remember I said we got two different fathers. So my father's mother is the one who's Aniuwe. Her father's mother, she said she told her that she's full blood Cherokee. Her family never came from Africa. She like they don't even have African ancestors in the family, and she has documentation that that part of her family is direct descendants from the Aniuwe or the principal people.
So
So
the Anui and the Cherokee are the same.
Cherokee is the French name given to the tribes of the people that they encountered.
Right, and Ananuia are the original people they encountered. Is that what you're telling me?
Right. This is the people. This is what the people, the principal people or real people. That's what it translates to. But
Okay.
the indigenous people, the actual indigenous people that been here for millions of years, that's what they refer to themselves as. Aniuwea.
And the
That's
people
their language.
and the people that came to indoctrinate them or change them are the people they named the Cherokee.
So I'm gonna try it again, right?
Okay.
Cherokee is a French word.
Hmm.
It's not a native link. It's not from the native
I
tongue.
get
It's
that
not
part.
Iroquois.
I
It's
get
not
that part.
Iroquois. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
It's not an indigenous language. It's from France.
Okay.
They called these people Cherokee. And if I had the time, I would look up the actual French definitions for them, and it would make sense why they called them Cherokee or why
Okay.
they called them Arawat, or not Arawat, but Iroquois and those things.
Hmm.
Those are not native words. They from France.
Okay. Okay. I got that part.
Seminole,
Yeah.
Seminole, that's French.
So those French people call the Anonuia Cherokee.
Right.
Okay. That's where I was at. Okay.
Yeah. So if you could just think about the pronunciation of the word
Yeah,
itself.
kind of like what you were saying with the other brother with the Haiti and Ati, right?
Yeah, IET.
INT. Okay. All right. I'm with you.
Yeah, so it's that's why we always, if we're going to refer to a group of people, we have to refer to its ancient or most ancient name or speech before we can ever come to an agreement on it. Because I was told that people from China were Chinese until I learned that they never even called the land China. It was Manchuti. We call it in Latin Manchuria, but it was literally Manchuti. That's what they refer to themselves as.
Hmm.
Over the years, they start calling themselves Chinese.
So there could have been a million names given to those people since Albert Perry's lineage from Cameroon to Africa had been there, correct?
Absolutely.
And
But what's
uh-huh.
been known throughout all the tribes in the United States, even the people that claim to be $5 Indians or whatever now, what they're being taught is that the name of the original people was Aniuwea. That's what the Hopi language called the people. Aniuwea. That was their tongue. When the Europeans started colonizing or settling, they used the best ability of their speech to try to pronounce the words they heard them say. But they couldn't translate them, so they had to transliterate them. Give you an example. We know that the indigenous people anywhere named themselves or their tribes and stuff based off where they were, the things in nature that they can identify with. Susquehanna means wide river. Allegheny means narrows passage. See how Susquehanna and Allegheny are two different sounding words, but they come from the same language and they both refer to bodies of water. But there's tribes named Allegheny and tribes named Shawnee and all those different tribe names based on things in nature that identify them. You see what I'm saying? When you get to a group of people that don't know how to do that, you got to teach them. We think that the natives or the Indians would say how because they couldn't say howdy, but it was the other way around. They heard the indigenous people greeting each other with how, because they couldn't understand the foreign tongue, they came up with howdy. See, all we got to do is play enough cowboy and Indian movies to show you that they act like they couldn't speak because they speaking in short bursts. Me hom ham chi hopasi tang ku pi, and he like, well, I don't know what the hell he just said, but I know it sounded funny. this like that's a literal line from an old Western movie. They
Yeah.
made fun
Well,
of the native people's languages.
that's why the indigenous people always said the European had a forked tongue language, and I would say that, like we were talking about before, how it's sorcery because the way their tongue, I would think, this is how I'm thinking in my head, that their tongue splits in 4 different ways. And when they say like those words like read or read, right? How it's or it's like that's part of the coded language, you know? In the sense that they can trick you. This is how they were able to write the treaties in English, but you gotta read between the lines kind of thing. Like the devil's in the detail, you know what I mean? I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just saying, like, it kind of makes sense of like how they were able to usurp or take while they thought they were in agreement on terms and conditions. They were really just writing. They were signing off on on a contract that wasn't in their language ultimately, you know. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's weird. That's where the weirdness came in with this whole ordeal. Cause I don't know, maybe I got the rebellious spirit. You hand me a piece of paper that I've never even used paper before. I use papyrus. You know what I'm saying? I write notes on the walls and stuff. I never used this piece of paper before. Name here, or put your autograph here, and I go I shape the a feather or something like that, or a kiwi bird. I'm just using the kiwi bird, but any kind of bird is my that's going to be my autograph on all the paperwork for me and my tribe, because I'm considered the chief of my tribe, and I sign it over to this newly formed government or colonization of people. And now I'm complaining about the results, because now I just went from being an Indian chief or being a native chief to now I'm in servitude. How you mixing me with these foreign people? Where they coming from? How? Wait a minute. When did the white man? Because they used to call them white men. This is where it's shit gets confusing. They tell us that the indigenous people called them the white man. No, they didn't. The indigenous people called them red men. That's what makes them think that they're part of the indigenous people.
It was
Because some of those people had red skin.
it was a
Mississippi
destiny.
red
It
clay.
was the destiny swap, the swap of destinies.
Yup. Or the what they call it, the document of discovery.
Yeah, the manifest
Manifest
destiny.
destiny.
Yep.
Yeah, that's all that shit, man. All the different ways that you can call it. That's just what it was. It was destiny swap. We say, oh, y'all doing good over here. Let's become this. And because the indigenous people didn't give a fuck, they didn't care that these people was coming in here trying to take over. They didn't even recognize
Well,
it.
because they were so. I mean, that's where they also go, where that they were fighting amongst themselves, and we came and we were either the superior race because we killed them off, either by fighting or by diseases. Right? These are the two kind of ways they. And I don't know for sure. I'm just saying this is what it said. And then also they were able to sell the Indians themselves, which I don't know if they're the true Indians, but they were able to buy them off, so these natives, these reds, I mean, I don't know what to call them now because we're going deep in like who these people really are, but those people, we can call them the Siberians, right, for just in context purposes. They sold out and they bought into the materialistic world. So you see them with the cars, you see them with the fur, you see them with all this materialistic shit, that abundance of stuff that the red man, the true white man promised them. But by then they had already lost what it is to be like a native or one of this land, and how you can't really sell land to anybody. The land's for everyone,
Right.
So they,
Resources.
the resource, all of that. So they were just caught up with the convenience of materialistic things. That's what they bought into, because now they had a lot of it relatively available, because these people were hoarding. These true red men were hoarding everything. And so they were like, hey, if you agree to our terms and conditions, you can have a little bit of it. You can have this that we're hoarding, for ourselves. You can have a little bit of this, and then the rest of your tribe will get decimated or assimilated into this new paradigm, this new manifest destiny that we're heading toward.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this on your panel before. So when I start saying it, let me know if you heard it before. It's a song by Lupe Fiasco off of his I think it was the Cool album, the first one. He has a song called American Terrorist.
Mm.
All right, I'm not going to do the first verse. I'm going to go right to the hook. Well, not to the hook, to the bridge.
Okay.
He said, don't give the red man food, give the red man liquor. Black man, he said red man fool, black man liquor. Give yellow man
I
food,
know
make
this
them
one.
real gold rillers. Also give them pan, make them pull gold from rivers. Give black man crack, Glock canteen. Give the red man craps, slot machines, and I bring it back. That's exactly what happened, bro. He used the colors to refer to the people on purpose because there's a classification that this so-called white tee man decided that colors mean more than ethnicity. So now I'm gonna group you up into a group of colors and put you against each other. So now you got Japanese, Chinese, Korean. What's the other one? Pacific Islander, Hawaiian, Samoan. You got all these different nations that's right next to each other, referred to as the same thing, but they still at odds because you just changed the name of my people and grouped me together with a color: red, yellow, white, black. They even had brown at one time, but the brown was what you think. The brown wasn't referring to Latinos and stuff because Spain hadn't even been involved in America yet. That brown was literally talking about these indigenous people that people are rejecting to the day. They called them brown because they couldn't call them black. They already had the usage of the word black, which meant pale, burn, shine. It didn't refer to a people. It referred to an action. It's literally a verb. But instead of you accepting that, you let the people who control the law and the literature tell you that it's a noun. No, it's a verb. To blacken, to pale, to burn, to shine.
To
See where I'm going with
burn.
this?
Oh
That's
shit.
that's where they got everybody messed up with their forked tongue. Got you thinking that this literally referring to people when an adjective can never describe properly a person,
A
place, or a thing.
person. Yep, exactly. Those are like the standard rules of engagement with our
We're gonna
language.
skip the standard rules because I don't want to be a part of Africa, you dummy. Like, just like that, you dummy. You don't want to use the law that keeps you free.
Hey, Sheik, my ride just got here. I'm gonna go to the law library actually because I'm dealing with my case. But
Mm-hmm.
I'll talk to you later, okay, Sheik?
Yeah, make sure, man. Yup.
Huh?
Take what I say with a grain of salt and please research it. Don't believe it.
No doubt. I appreciate you. I gotta go stick my head in some law books real quick. I'm fighting my landlord, so
My brother,
I'll tell you more about it later.
don't come back talking that FBA shit.
Likewise, brother. Hey, nice talking to you. I'll catch up with you.
All right, brother.
All right, peace, bro.
Peace.